Happy Thursday, everybody. It's time for another startup draft. And I'm actually drafting the startup draft tonight. Somebody asked me out to prom. And I'm feeling really good about myself because I've been asked out to prom for like the last 5 to 7 startups that we've done. So I feel really special tonight. Shout out J Money. I'm going to be drafting for him tonight. And yeah, we're looking forward to doing that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Obviously, not obviously, Avery is gone for the day, for the weekend. So you guys are hanging out with me. I know you guys were hanging out with him last Thursday while I was out of town. I was in Michigan. He's now in Michigan. I told him I was going on a trip, and he was like, I'm going to go on a trip too. So it worked out like that. So we actually do have Avery here. We just have the better Avery here. So say hello to the better Avery. It was so nice to hear from you, man. I per usual, just full of words, very chatty, has a lot to say. So can't wait to hear a lot of his input tonight. I think it's going to be special. Love seeing all you guys in the chat. Say what's up. We're going to get started on this startup draft in about 30 minutes. But until then, we can talk ball, can talk Dynasty, can talk just football in general. I know Terrion Arnold just got arrested today, or he turned himself in today, which was unfortunate news for Lions fans. What's up, Flockonomist? We got you in here. Anna's here. David Elliott's here. Technikyle. Drafting on your birthday? So exciting. Happy birthday. Thanks, man. It's not my birthday. I'm not drafting on my birthday, though it does feel like my birthday because I get to draft for somebody tonight. And I feel like it's been a minute since I've done that. Okay, in fairness, Happy Madison, in fairness, I do get my words in. I do get my words in all the time. I just have less words. I talk like half as fast. I gotta, it takes more time for me to get my thought across. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Do a giveaway now. I have to do more than Avery. Avery's 5 the other night. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. We will do a giveaway tonight. I'll do 100 likes for a blueprint giveaway tonight instead of 150. So if you haven't dropped a like on the video already, go ahead and drop a like tonight. I will give away a free team blueprint tonight at 100 likes. And maybe we'll do another one after that too if you guys get to it really quick. What are we going to auction off today? I vote Avery's truck. Avery's truck is a pretty good idea. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas on what we want to give away. That is Avery's. I thought about giving away a date with Avery, actually. A night out with Avery. That was my thought. That's kind of a joke, though. Solo Nick show hype. Yeah, I gotta double Avery's giveaways so he doesn't get ticked, or so he gets ticked this time. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he'll get ticked regardless of what I do, unless it has to do with like something that he actually really, really treasures. Maybe we give away his Flock Fantasy trophy or his Flock League trophy. That would be terrible. I'm not that mean. Whatever I end up thinking up, I don't actually even know if I'll be able to do it because I'll feel bad. Because if he gave away my Flock League trophy helmet, I would be very upset if that were me. Avery's hair. I know Avery's hair is looking great. He's really, really styling. He kind of raised a bit more than it usually is, but it looks pretty decent right now. So shout out to Avery's hair. He almost had y'all in a hot tub. I know. I don't know how we were going to be able to execute that because there's no hot tub at the studio. I don't have a hot tub. I would love to have a hot tub. I'm sure we would have found a way, but I don't know. It probably would have ended up having to be like a pool or something. Who will have a better fantasy season, Loveland or Tyler Warren, and why? I would probably bet on Loveland because I think he can do I think his ceiling is higher. And I think it's just as crowded of an offense, but there's no Jonathan Taylor there. And Loveland can be legitimately, he can be like the top receiving threat in that offense. And I don't necessarily think that's how Warren operates in the Colts offense. Whereas I could legitimately see Loveland being like the guy that is the McBride there. That's kind of my gut feeling. So I think the upside is there. Would I be shocked if Warren ended up outproducing Loveland? No, but like if I had to guess, I would probably guess Loveland. As a Colts fan, tell me why I shouldn't have Warren in the same tier as Loveland for this year's projection. Yeah, I mean, you kind of got it there. I think it's the upside. That's especially if you're talking redraft, when upside is kind of everything. You have to kind of, I think you kind of have to recognize the upside that Loveland offers in his situation over Warren. Where like target volume wise, they're at the very least going to be the same. And I don't think Warren's ceiling is just near as high. So I do love Warren though. That's not to take away from Warren. I still think he's a great tight ends, great option there. Yeah. All right, Greasy, fine. That's your loss, I guess. You don't want to listen to me talk for 5 hours? Shame on you, dude. Are you serious? Are you serious? I am drafting at the 108 tonight, though. Looking forward to that. So I'm going to get in the draft here and start to game plan mentally. I can't tell you who I'm planning on picking there, but all I'm saying is if you guys let a quarterback fall to me there, don't force my hand. Please don't force my hand. Don't hold back. Everything should be on the table. This man auctioned off a pair of your pants, for crying out loud. The green ones, no less. No mercy, Nate. Yeah, I know. You don't mess with my green shorts. Admittedly, I do owe Wormy a pair of green shorts, and I do like my green shorts, but I'll just buy another pair of green shorts. Actually, Scott, you wanna pull up Amazon and look up some green shorts? See which ones I should get to replace the ones that I'm gonna have to give away, unfortunately. What are the draft settings? Good question. I'm gonna hop in here and actually look. Let me take a look here. Our league settings are as such. Here we go. 12 team super flex, 6-point passing touchdown, 6-point rushing touchdown, point per reception, and a half-point tight end premium. So all standard domain rules, except for the 6-point passing touchdown, which honestly we have seen just as much as 4-point, if not a little bit more than 4-point this offseason in domain leagues. A lot of people are moving to 6-point, at least in the ones that we've been doing live, which I get why. I think long-term, people end up seeing like how lopsided it is in favor of quarterbacks, I think, personally. But I mean, you gotta play the advantages of the rules, and it's a nice advantage for quarterbacks for sure. So wow, the girl shorts, dude, seriously? No, you gotta look up men's shorts. Are you serious? Thank you. Men's green shorts. Okay, those first ones look like swim trunks, and it looks like the Grinch. It looks like Christmas. Those ones in the middle look decent. The ones that are like mint green, not too bad. I could go out golfing or disc golfing in those. At least of those first three, what do you guys think? Let's go over to some questions on the site. I'm going to answer some trade questions, and feel free to drop your guys' questions in the site as well. But if you want to help me with my decisions for picking out my new pair of green shorts, then that would be great. Yeah, I know. I love how Scott pulled up green shorts and just assumed that I was going to select the women's shorts. Oh my gosh. No. Scott pulling up women's shorts is fantastic, intentional or not. Yeah, he says it was unintentional. I don't believe him. 102 is 99% sure. This is from Andy to take Mendoza. So Tate is at the 103. That's awesome. So you're going to get Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson at the 104. If you make this deal, Drake May and Zay Flowers, Jamar Chase, Tet, and Joe Burrow. Oh boy. So let's just, for all intents and purposes, for simplicity's sake, let's just equate Tet McMillan and the 103. Let's just say they're really close together. Drake May and Jamar Chase are in the same tier. I would take Joe Burrow over Jordan Tyson and Zay Flowers. I don't think you're getting enough here. You are getting the best player in the deal with Drake May, but Tet has an advantage over the 103. Burrow has an advantage over Flowers in the 104. I don't think you're getting enough here. I would recommend holding. Especially when you have the guarantees of Burrow and Chase. It's a nice little stack to have, especially if you're in a 6-point. Scadaboo and a 27-second for Jacobs and Kyle Pitts. I'm not the biggest fan of all time of this. I think it's a fair deal. I'll go ahead and call it fair. The value upside absolutely lies with Cam Scadaboo. I think this is kind of buying in on Kyle Pitts and the contract that he just got, which contracts kind of lie when it comes to tight end production. There's a lot of highly paid tight ends in the NFL that don't produce to an elite level necessarily. I think it's fair. I think it's okay. It's not my favorite deal of all time. So that's my take on it, Steely. If you're looking for value upside, you want to stick with Scadaboo. Price and 2 firsts, a late first and 27 and a general first and 28 for Lemon and Burden. Yeah, give me Lemon and Burden. If that really is truly expected to be a super, like a decently late 27 first, I'd take Lemon and Burden here. Shout out to a fellow disc golfer. Yeah, I know, Jonathan. I love disc golf. It is my love. Avery and I, back when we had time, we used to play together all the time. He doesn't play anymore. I still play probably half a dozen to a dozen times a year. I try to get out there a few times a month when it's warm. Jadarian Price and Luther Burden for DeAndre Swift and Emeka Egbuka in a 27 late first. So this one is closer. I err on the side of holding Price and Burden. I don't think the gap between Egbuka and Burden is significant enough for me to say, like, yeah, you know what, this is fair. This is actually okay, because really the first and Price are not that far off. For whatever reason, I gravitate more towards the Price and Burden side. I do think it's a fair deal. Swift is a nice little sweetener there in a deal of that caliber. I think it's okay. NSYNC, Jahmyr Gibbs and Marv for Jadarian Price and JSN. JSN and Gibbs will cancel. Price and Marv will cancel. This is a spot on fair deal. I'm totally fine with this. And 12-team PPR. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, again, drop your guys' questions in the site or on the site, trade questions, or in the chat here. I'll be happy to answer them for you. Link is also pinned if you guys want to get a free live blueprint tonight. If you join Domain, if you haven't already, you can join the annual Mother Flockers here. We'll be doing blueprints after we do the startup draft tonight. You'll get a free team blueprint, infinite blueprint on that team as well, which is when you get an update on your team every single month. You'll get all of our tools on the site, the trade calculator, the bakery, one-on-one access to me and Avery. You'll send us direct DMs. You'll get the whole community as well in the Discord, which is awesome. All of our tools on there, which we just dropped the algorithm for redraft. We've got the ADP tool for Dynasty, obviously, which is your guys' wheelhouse. So tons of stuff over there. And again, if you guys want to join, just follow that link that I have pinned in the chat. And if you sign up on the stream tonight, you can just drop that voucher or submit it. And no need to upgrade it to a live team blueprint, and we'll do it live for you tonight. Some pivots for Adams on a future value team. It's tough with Adams right now because his price is getting to a point where I don't want any team to trade him until the season starts, until he starts producing again. I would only take an overpay for Adams at this point because he's so gosh dang cheap. Dude is back-to-back value equivalent on KTC to Isaiah Likely. Omar Cooper, Kenyon Sadiq. Really, Cooper and Sadiq are the two guys that I would take over him. That would be the range that I'd be looking at. Kyler Murray in a super flex. That's what I'd be looking at. So my running backs are Saquon H. and Swift. We know to hold Brooks, but would you buy him? I'm considering sending Rico for Brooks in a 27 third. I think that's a fair deal. I actually just realized like recently how much Brooks has moved up boards significantly, which is not necessarily the biggest surprise of all time, because every creator in the Dynasty space has been pushing to stash or buy or at least hold Jonathan Brooks, which I think is totally merited. Again, that includes us. I think moving Rico for him is fine if you're getting a third on top. Like Rico is a 1-year rental, like he is pretty much every year. So you're looking at both guys being in a running back committee, like a true running back committee. So I think the odds that Brooks can move up boards in value in Dynasty, while he has way higher injury risk than a guy like Dowdle in the production you know he's going to offer now, I think that's worth the trade-off in a Dynasty league. I think it's fine. How does Mahomes maintain value if he runs less and Worthy doesn't do well this year? Rice Kelsey won't be enough. What am I missing? Yeah, no, that's a great question. And that's kind of what we talked about in a recent sells video that we had, is basically like, we're not so sure that Mahomes is going to maintain the 2-3 turn value that he has in most Superflex formats. Because if he doesn't finish as a top 3 to 4 quarterback and he has another season where he's like bottom half of QB1s, which would be like what, the 3rd straight year, I don't know how much more patience people are going to have with him. Like, he's inherently insulated to an extent. Like he'll bottom out at some point, but I don't think he's bottoming out at late 2nd, early 3rd round prices. I think he could bottom out at like 3-4 turn for the next few years. I think that's very possible. So you're right. You're not going to get much pushback from me there. If he doesn't run the ball and he doesn't look near as good as or doesn't look much better as a passer, there is a solution to him. Like he could match his production last year before he went down with the injury. And that would be, if he ran less, he would have to be more efficient, more effective, and just better overall as a passer, which is in the realm of possibilities because Matt Nagy is no longer the OC there. Bieniemy's back. What's the bare minimum to get back for JSN? The bare minimum? I mean, it depends on what assets you're talking about there. If you're just talking 1-for-1s, it has to be a top 5 Dynasty asset, hands down. It has to be Bijan. It has to be Gibbs. It has to be Chase or Puka or May or Josh Allen. Currently on the clock. What's up, Doug? In a 1 QB PPR league with 3 flex, the pick is the 5-3. I'm thinking between Lamar, Rice, Zay Flowers, or running back like Williams, Jacobs, or Scott. Any thoughts on a 1 QB? I mean, Rice stands out to me the most by far there. It would be between Rashee Rice and Lamar, I think. I would probably go with Rice. That's what I would lean. Scott, if I ever miss any comments about people asking about reviews or joining, just flag me. I'll be trying to keep up, but okay, cool. All right, we got 12 minutes until the draft, so looking forward tonight. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do any reviews before. I'll answer people's questions in the comments. What's the bare minimum to get back for JSN? Or I already answered that, sorry. Thanks, David, for dropping the Discord link. How would a 14-team league differ in how positions are valued than this one? Same settings otherwise. Same settings. Basically, the only thing that changes is the value of some of the lesser guys that are going to be like in your flex spots. Like depth matters a little bit more. And then the biggest thing for me, 100%, is the value of quarterbacks in a super flex league. Your fall offs and your drop offs are quite a bit later than they normally are, and it might actually result in quarterbacks being pushed up a little bit because the landscape is just a lot more scarce. I mean, you're talking about 4 more quarterbacks starting every single week than what's normal in a 12-team super flex, which is very, very significant. Judkins, Rome, and Omar Cooper, enough of a haul for Omar and Hampton. That's 2 upside premier and an upside shot. That's actually 3 upside premier technically, but Omar Cooper's price is more upside shot price range. Depends on what format you're in. If you're in a 12 team, it's fair. If you're in a 10 team or an 8 team, I'd much rather have Hampton, I think. You're getting close to like bare minimum return there. I think it's pretty close though. Diesel Fusion said, I joined the community last night after months of lurking. If you have time tonight and submit my free voucher, will you be able to do the live review? Diesel, welcome to the community, by the way. Really, really appreciate you joining. I think I saw you commenting in the lobby earlier today on the Discord. Yeah, if you just drop your if you just submit your team and select the live team blueprint option, we'll be happy to do that for you, no problem. Caleb Williams is on the trade block in our league. What would you send for him? I'm rebuilding currently. As a rebuild, it's going to be hard to pay up for Caleb Williams. I don't think I would up tier unless you're getting an absolute steal when up tiering, which is decently rare for a guy like Caleb Williams right now. You'd probably be looking at a pivot from a skill position guy in the value range of Caleb Williams. And at that point, as a rebuild, I would rather prioritize the skill positions than the quarterback position. That was you. Sweet. Yeah, man, we love the lurkers. We very much appreciate the lurkers. I know the lurkers don't always comment in the chat, but they do hang out. They do watch the live streams. They do watch the videos religiously. I technically am a lurker too. I watch a lot of other YouTube channels as well, and I'm not a guy that usually like comments on YouTube on YouTube stuff and outside of like liking videos. Like I'll like videos and stuff, but usually making comments and like in live stream chats, I'm not one of those guys either. So we really appreciate you a ton. Welcome to the community, man. Make sure you send me a friend request and a DM on Discord as well. Send me a DM on Discord and just say hey, so we can connect on there, and any questions that you have in general. I'm always here for you. Avery is too when he's not on vacation. AJ Brown or Javonte on a wide receiver heavy 10-team league. I would take AJ Brown there. I think you need a little bit more if you're going to move him for Javonte. You need a plus on top probably, or just try to move AJ Brown for like CMC or Saquon or something like that. CMC, Saquon price, maybe not CMC at this point. He's started to gain quite a bit of value, but Cool Moon's a lurker. What's up, man? I'm getting some of the lurkers to come out and say hey. Because Avery posts for him, he can never get words in. Dude, I get plenty of words in. I get all the words in that I need to. I'm gonna try this body armor thing tonight. This is free advertising. I can't believe I'm doing this. Body armor fit. But you guys know how much Avery and I love body armor. Tropical passion fruit. Very good. I'm gonna try it out tonight. Steven chats on our live streams. Maybe post a comment if I need to say something. Yeah. Hey, Pinch and Roll's an all-time lurker. Let's go. Love to hear from you guys. Love it. Nathan is more lurker friendly for sure. Nice. I guess I relate to the lurkers more. No, Avery loves the lurkers just as much. I mean, come on, look at him. He's like, Avery hasn't said a single thing tonight. That's not true. He's been saying a lot tonight. He's been saying a lot with less words, but he's saying less words, but he's actually saying more words, if you know what I mean. As a contender, what do you think about Saquon and AJ Brown for Hampton in 2:27 seconds? That is a little bit too far for me. I would much rather have Hampton. I'm sorry. Are you getting Omar and Hampton there? If you're getting Omar and Hampton, I'm cool with it. If you're contending and you're trying to like down tier from Hampton, you're getting Saquon and AJB. That's like 2 5th to 6th round assets for a guy who's going in the 2nd round. I think that's a little bit. I think that's a little bit light. Avery did a bunch of giveaways when he was by himself, by the way. Yeah, I know, Jack Pill. People have told me. I know. I watched. I did tell you guys though. Once we get to 100 likes tonight, we're gonna do a little bit of an early free blueprint giveaway for you guys tonight. If we get to 100 likes, I'll probably do another one at 200 as well. If we get to 100 soon enough. Why say lot word when few word do trick? Says Becca. I mean, there you go. I couldn't have said it any better, honestly. I could not have said it any better. Puka or Tyson in 27 first, Jadarian Price. That's a little light for Puka. I would hold Puka there. David says, how much do you golf? I don't golf. I really like golf. I don't have the time to golf. I disc golf a lot more because disc golf is like 3 times as fast as golfing. So I can get a round of 18 done a lot quicker. And I love chucking discs, man. It's very satisfying for me. I'm a lot better at disc golf than I am real golf. But that's also because I just play it more. So every once in a while, I'll go play like 9 or 18 of like real golf with my dad, and we both suck. So we play it to laugh at ourselves. Now mini golf, I'll take you down to mini golf. Avery and I played mini golf with our wives in Florida when we went down to the Natty in January, and we played. I think we played twice when we were there for a few days. Avery beat me by like 1 stroke both times, and the second time that we played, I had 3 hole-in-ones and I still lost because my putting was so bad that day. I still have nightmares about that day. I've never putt so bad in my life. Dude, crazy challenge went to the National Amateur Disc Golf Championships. That is sick. Did you play in the Amateur Championships? If you played, that is crazy, man. I'm sure you're like 10 times better than I am. My pride and joy in disc golf is one time I hit a 230 footer into the basket. And it was a basket hanging from a tree, so it was like a lot higher than it usually is. That was like my peak moment. And isn't mini golf just all putting? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry, but yes. But my short range putting in mini golf. Yes, technically it's all putting, but like, not really. You have to go pretty. You have to hit it pretty hard or pretty far on your first shot usually. Thanks, Dalton. Thanks. It's not my birthday, but thanks anyways, I guess. Again, guys, just looking ahead for tonight, we are going to do our startup draft here in 2 minutes. We can actually head over to the draft if you want to, Scott. But if you want to get a team blueprint on tonight's stream, we have 1 in the queue currently. So once we're done with the draft tonight or get through like the first 10 or 11 rounds, we're going to do blueprints per usual. And if the sooner you submit, the sooner you're gonna be up after the draft. So we got a lot of spots open for tonight. All right, so we got a number of trades in this draft here. We've got Woots, Alan Beachy, we got Paul in here. Peefy's in this draft. Carter's in this draft. Snatchback. Jesse 342 is where I'm drafting at the 108. Avian Lover, Anduril 16, Cecil's 57, only Patronus, nice, and C Stanton drafting at the turn. So this will be an interesting draft. It's been obviously a minute since I've drafted, so I'm excited to do this. I've been itching to do a startup for a while, so. Nate, did you learn what a cameo is yet? Legit. I know this is like super embarrassing. I should be more embarrassed to say this than I actually am, but I'm just not embarrassed because I'm not like super up to date on a lot of stuff, but I have no idea. I had no idea what cameo was. Like, no idea. It doesn't shock me that that's like a thing though, and that it's that good. And that looked like Ryan Fitzpatrick straight up. So I was very impressed. Hashtag AI. Favorite Star Wars Lego? Dude, don't get me started, man. You're gonna get me so distracted. I'm gonna have to talk about this startup, and if you get me on Legos, you know I'm gonna talk about them for the next 30 minutes. I mean, it's obviously the Death Star by far. I think the new Death Star that they did was sick. All right, let's get this show on the road, man. We are doing a 1.5-minute clock. Woots is up first at the 101. We will see who goes in the first half of the draft here until I'm up at the 108. But I am gonna sit back and relax, and pretty much I could guess pretty much exactly who's gonna be going in all the picks ahead of me. I couldn't tell you the order, but I could tell you I can pretty much accurately project who's gonna go. You should see the prices for some cameos. Some celebrities are making bank on there. That's wild. Wait. What? Okay. You guys are making me feel dumb. What is cameo? I'm actually gonna Google it. What? is cameo? What is cameo? Is cameo AI? Yes, cameo uses AI. Personalized celebrity recommendations. Wholly AI generated virtual celebrities that fans can book. Okay, yes, it is AI. You guys are trying to screw with me. You pay a celeb or someone to make a video for you. Cameo, you get a real message from real celebs. Oh man, dude, I don't think Cameo is a site where you pay the people to send you a quick video message. Dude, I don't know if I'm gonna ever be able to settle this. I literally just Googled it, man. It's AI. All right, Bijan, Gibbs, Allen, Puka, JSN, Chase all go top 6 here. Not a surprise to me at all. This is all standard operating procedure. I think Allen at the 103 is a pretty nice price. Again, Puka, JSN, Chase, pretty much rank them all back to back in the same tier. I don't care which one you take first. Sadly, I was not able to get Puka at the 108, not like I was expecting to. Oh, no, we got to turn off the alerts on my phone. Amon-Ra St. Brown goes at the 107. I mean, if you guys are gifting me Drake May and a 6-point, I'll happily take Drake May and a 6-point. Again, I literally tried to allude to this before the draft even happens without name dropping and without saying you guys better take the top 2 QBs in Dynasty before I pick at the 108 because you guys are crazy letting Drake May fall in a 6-point passing touchdown format. Do you realize how much these quarterbacks score in a 6-point compared to a 4-point? It's actually wild. I mean, you are talking about a 60-point difference in total points over the entire season for Drake May. Do you know how much 60 points is on a point per game basis? That is a 3.5 point per game boost. That is insane. So yes, I will happily take Drake May. Happily. You gotta let AI make your picks. Oh my gosh, that would be so funny. We should give Claude like the sleeper league ID and say and tell us who to draft just based on Claude vibes. I've bought my friends multiple of funny inside jokes of famous people. Hand on the Bible, it's not all AI. Not all AI, definitely not AI. What are you talking about? It can be AI, but it's normally a physical appearance. How much do you pay for a cameo? Or is it just a subscription? If it's just a subscription, there's no way that these celebs just go on there and make all these cameos for like millions of people. You guys are absolutely 100% screwing with me. I know you are. I absolutely know you guys are. Genty goes to the 109. Neighbors goes at the 110. That's the earliest I've seen Neighbors go in quite a while in a domain league, and I don't think it's a bad pick at all, especially depending on what your build is going to be for this season. But I do think it'll be interesting to see how much he falls in market value, if at all. But I've seen, I mean, we just saw in a startup drafts last week that we were looking at Neighbors falling like all the way to the mid-late second in a domain draft, which I think is just like that's obscenely low. Jaden Daniels, great pick at the 111. Again, rarely am I going to be a heavy advocate for taking quarterbacks where quarterbacks are usually taken, but in a 6 point at this price point, especially Drake May at the 108, Daniels at the 111. I know I'm harping on my own pick, but I can't not be thrilled about that. Yeah, J Money's losing his mind, man. He should be. So, Mr. Snatchback's got the next couple of picks. There is a pretty significant trade here made. Snatchback has Carter Moon traded back a ton. He had to have gotten draft capital. He traded out of the first and the second round. He only has one extra 5th round pick, no 6th round picks, one 7th round pick, no 8th round picks, an extra 9th round pick. You had to have gotten an absolute haul. Oh, you traded up. You have 2 1st round picks. That's why. You paid a lot to trade up, but you got Puka and JSN, which is sick. So Snatchback, then what did Snatchback get for making those moves? He got, looks like he has an extra 3rd. He traded back. He traded back in the 1st to trade up in the 2nd to get an extra pick in the 3rd. No 5th, no 7th, extra 8th. Moved back in the 11th. Interesting. We'll have to break down both of those squads when it's all said and done and see if which one we liked and which one paid off more. Jeremiah Love at the 112. Drake said, "Brother, as far as I've known about it, it's been real videos from the celebs for whatever money they're asking for." No. I'm not buying this. Paid $20 for the J-Shock food critic guy on social media to roast my buddy. This is rocking my world, man. Appreciate the love on the May pick. Feels like QBs aren't really being valued any differently in 6-point versus 4-point passing touchdown leagues, and it is kind of weird. Yes, Whirlybird, it is absolutely weird. And again, we've seen a ton of these this year in domain leagues, more than we've ever seen. And I think when push comes to shove in the middle of the year, I think people are all of a sudden going to realize how much of a value steal they got some of these quarterbacks at. Paid $100 for John LaJoy to do a bit for our league winner years ago. They were a thing before all this AI blew up. Okay. This is a new concept to me. I had no idea what Cameo was. What's to do with the 205, Nathan? Yeah, let's see. Caleb Williams at the 203. Hampton goes at the 202. Bowers at the 201. I'm not missing anything with tight ends, am I? Not saying Bowers is a bad pick at the 201. But we are at half-point tight end premium in this league, are we not? I said that earlier, I think. Yeah, 0.5 tight end premium. That is correct. see what Andoril does here to pair with Genty. First time here, which user is Nathan? MCG, I am Jesse342. That's not my actual user. I'm drafting for Jesse, though. Drake London goes with the 204. Holy moly on a guacamole stick. Jefferson made it to me at the 205. So I will be taking Justin Lee Jefferson at the 205. I am not kidding. If Drake May had not fallen to me at the 108 and there was that big teardrop, I would have taken Jefferson at the 108. I can't believe he made it back to me at the 205. This is fun so far. This is real nice. I'm excited to see what happens in the 3rd and 4th round here. I think there's usually a lot of variance in that range specifically. So we'll see if we get who we expect to get or not in that range, but got some time to sit back and relax and see what happens to the board. It says a 3rd round reversal, so that is normal. Avery probably fuming at your start right now if he's watching. Yeah, I don't know if he's watching. We'll see. See if he sends me a text or whatever. Again, guys, drop a like if you haven't already on the stream tonight. At 100 likes, we're going to do a blueprint giveaway. No, we usually do 150. We'll do 100 tonight. What's up, Antler Eyes? How you doing, man? Thanks for hopping in. Do you like Jefferson over Neighbors? Right now, I do give the slight edge to Jefferson, just because I'm worried about the value variance of Neighbors with his injury concerns. Not because I think long-term it's going to hurt Neighbors. I'm just worried of what the market's going to do with him. So, like, if you told me to pick one of those wide receivers in a startup draft right now, just for the security, I think I would take Jefferson right now. Because I think there's a chance that, like, Neighbors will be more liquid in the middle of the season when people start panicking when he's not producing or he's not playing or whatever. What do y'all think are the ideal league settings if you're designing for positional parity, assuming 12-person league? I still stand by 12-team Superflex 4-point touchdown, 4-point passing touchdown, half-point tight end premium. Avery says 5-point passing touchdown for him. I'm still a little bit of an old fart, so I like the 4-point. I think that water is going to find its level at some point to, again, a point where we're like, yeah, we just want to stick with 4. I think 5-point is a nice middle ground, like, for now, because I think 6-point is a little bit OP. But I think 4 is still the sweet spot. Like, yeah, touchdown volume has gone down for quarterbacks overall, like across the league, like average touchdown volume, but they're still throwing anywhere from like 20 to 30 touchdowns a year, which is 2 to 3 times more touchdowns than a star wide receiver is going to score. So $60 to get a video from the guy who voiced Mace Windu in the Clone Wars series. You are kidding me. Can I get a cameo from Hayden Christensen? Like, how much would that be? Like, if this is a real thing, man, we might be working on getting some legit cameos if it's not AI. I think nowadays you're getting more mobile quarterbacks. Yeah, that is true. The rushing floor for a lot of quarterbacks who aren't necessarily rushing upside quarterbacks has been raised. I think there's a lot less like statues. Dude, we are 14 minutes into this game and the Netherlands already have 2 goals over Tunisia. That is very, very impressive. Or Tunisia just sucks. The Dutch are still pretty decent, right? Yeah, McBride goes all the way at the 210 after Bowers. Carnell Tate goes at the 3-1. Tet McMillan. Nothing super out of the ordinary here. Lamar does go at the 207. I love Lamar, Burrow. Lamar and Burrow at the 207 and the 209. Burrow at the 209 and a 6-point. You could debate taking Joe Burrow over Lamar Jackson at a 6-point passing touchdown in the like early second round. So good selections for those guys. I honestly think C. Stanton here. C. Stanton start with Jamar Chase and Lamar Jackson is probably one of my favorites. You get a rushing QB and a 6-point passing touchdown as well. And then you get Jamar Chase as well. So pretty nice. Uh, 615 fits 300 days ago. I got a team blueprint. Eligible for Infinite. Never got it in the second one. I submitted a ticket. Still don't know how to get my updated blueprint. If you submitted a ticket, did we respond in your ticket? Can you let me know? Let me know what your Discord username is if you submitted a ticket already. If it's in the Infinite Blueprint support, then we should be getting you taken care of. Let me know what your Discord user is. If for whatever reason the ticket is not there or it's been closed, I'll send you the link again to submit another ticket. You can tag me, just tag at Nathan Schmidt, and I'll make sure you're taken care of. But we can fix that, no problem for you. Here's the customer support link. Dropping it in the YouTube chat for you, man. All right, so I'm up here in one pick. We see Loveland go at the 303. Loveland just continues to move up and up and up and up and up. In the early offseason, Loveland was going back-to-back with Tyler Warren and like the not even back-to-back. He was going after Tyler Warren in the 5th round. Warren was going in the 4th. Warren has fallen to the 5th. They flipped so that Loveland was going mid-4th for a while, and now he's jumped up almost a round and a half. I really like Colson Loveland. I'm very excited about him. Holy crap, has he gotten expensive. The amount of room for him to move up boards is getting, again, less and less and less and less. I am now up again. Got a couple of intriguing picks here. This is looking like it's going to be a classic Nathan pick at the 305. Mahomes was a great pick at the 304, by the way. Yeah, I like me. I love me some George Pickens in the 3rd round. I just can't not do it. Dude's in a great situation. Outproduced Lamb last year. Will he do it again this year? I don't know. If he doesn't, Lamb still had like 17 points per game. So Warren goes at the 306. Jeez Louise. Whew. Wow. James Cook, 307. Yeah, that's earlier than I've ever seen Tyler Warren go. This is a half-point tight end premium, not a full-point tight end premium. So that's a pick. Lawrence at the 3.8 is a good selection. I actually consider taking Lawrence at the 3.05. I'm not super bullish on Lawrence. Like I like Lawrence. I think he's solid. He's not the highest passing volume quarterback. He's not the highest touchdown volume quarterback. His rushing floor was higher than we've ever seen in his entire career last year. 9 touchdowns on the ground. Big reason why he ended up being QB4. I don't necessarily trust him as a passer. And when you were talking about 6-point passing touchdown formats, there's obviously risk there. I'm just going through the rationale of why I didn't take him at the 3.05, but he's definitely worthy of going where he's going right here. JT Hurts. The ticket's been closed. My Discord is FIDS. Number 5034. Was it closed without you getting your question answered? Or did they get you set for infinite? You still don't know how to get your updated blueprint. I'm surprised that they closed your blueprint without getting you helped out. Submit a ticket again. With the link that I dropped in there. Tag me. I will tag Tom, and we will verify and make sure that you are good and all set for Infinite Blueprint. And we will send you a link to the dashboard. You probably have not logged in the dashboard. If you submitted your blueprint 300 days ago, they just told you to wait. When did you submit the ticket? Was it 300 days ago? Or was it like recently? Send me a link to the dashboard. When I tried to log in, it gave me an error message. Okay, we need to get that fixed for you. That's the issue. So go ahead and again, resubmit that ticket. Say that exact same thing in there. I'm going to get Tommy to figure that out for you ASAP. And we'll get that fixed. Sorry about that, man. Liam Cohen seems like the kingmaker. Baker had his best season with him. Now Lawrence looks great. Yeah. Yep. Liam Cohen seems to be like he definitely raises the floor, I think, of the productivity of an offense and of a quarterback. Solid picks on the turn here. Big wide receiver run. Ibuka, Olave, Wilson, Ladd, Nico. Olave is one of those guys in domain drafts where like he consistently goes in the 3rd round. And in non-domain drafts, we see him go like in the 4th. I don't think the domain community is wrong where they're drafting Olave. He's just one of those like slight value discrepancy guys, and I think he gets penalized for bad reasons, honestly, in the general market. Yeah, Steven had the same issue. Yeah, it's a common issue. An error message when logging into the dashboard. It's a relatively easy fix. It happens every once in a while. Yeah, no problem, Fitz. Sorry it's taking that long to get you the infinite. If you let Tommy know, you can clip this too if you want to, but if you let Tommy know when you submit that ticket, what your Flock username is, tell him I said to give you like 10 trade questions. Or you can just tell me your Flock username now and I can do that for you. All right, Rashee Rice and Chase Brown go the 404 and the 405. Okay. Holy cow. Whoa. Okay. Got 2 picks until I'm up. Walker goes the 4-6. Nathan, if you were to bet $100 on a single player, who would you invest in? Puka Nacua. If I were to bet on a single player, what would I be betting? You got to tell me what I'm betting. Am I betting on a breakout? Am I betting on like high production? Am I betting on sustained production? What am I betting on? This fourth round so far has been wild. It's been very interesting. Wild in a good way. I mean, it's been very, very fun to see who goes. Oh, Steven, you're still having the issue? Oh, you did say Tommy said he's looking into it. So if Tommy's working on it, if he's actively working on it, then we will get that fixed for you. If it's been a long time, again, you can just tag me and I'll make sure that we get it expedited for you. Oh my gosh, for the love. Burden goes at the 4-7. Guys. Holy crap. Guys. This is a 6-point. This is a 6-point passing touchdown league. Bo Nix at the 408. Just for reference, guys. Just for reference. Okay? $25 times 3, 15, 84 plus over. Bo Nix in a 6-point passing touchdown format scored 21.5 points per game last year. Jordan Tyson's a great pick at the 409. I was planning on taking Jordan Tyson at the 408. He's also a phenomenal pick, but Bo Nix fell into my lap. I could not pass that up in this format. I'm telling you guys, I said this last time that we broke down a 6-point. It is going to legitimately blow some of your guys' mind how insanely productive some of these quarterbacks are in 6-point when push comes to shove during the league. Like just do the math. Bo Nix scored 21.5 points per game. And Drake May scored like 27 or 28 points per game. Who else was in your mind at the pick? Yeah, it was Tyson and it was Bo Nix. Those are my two go-tos there. Anthony said, how do I get the free live blueprint? I just joined and subscribed to the complete Dynasty plan, the annual Mother Flocker. Yeah, Anthony, welcome, man. If you joined the annual Mother Flocker tier with code domain, you should have a free voucher. And I will give you the direct link to submit your voucher there. No need to upgrade it to a live since you just now joined. Just drop it and just follow this link directly. And again, let me know what your Flock username is so I can make sure you're all set up. If Nathan is drafting, it must be his birthday. Happy birthday. Thanks, man. It's not my birthday, but appreciate it anyways. Do you have Knicks well above Purdy? I have them pretty close together. I do give the slight edge to Knicks because Knicks has been consistently healthy for the last 2 years. Dude, the Dutch are merciless right now. Golly. Diesel Fusion, I got your team in, by the way. So you're all set. AJ Brown at the 411. Woo! That's about a round higher than I'm used to seeing him go in domain leagues too. That's where I thought he would start going when he got traded to New England. I think the closer we get to the start of the season, the more people are conscious of production upside potential. How many touchdown passes did Dak have this year? 30? Yeah. You would think Dak would be like a higher touchdown passing volume type of guy. In reality, he's only had 30 plus touchdowns 1, 2, 3, 4 years of his 10-year career. Interesting note. Marv and Dak at the turn here. How many likes do we have? Hello, likes. We have 82 likes. We're 18 likes away from giving away a free blueprint, guys. Drop a like if you haven't already. I know we usually do 150, but we're going to do 100 tonight. And probably another at 200. Dalton, you're the man. Got you down, buddy. You'll be jumping the line. Appreciate you a ton. I'm shocked Marv is above or going as high as you go. That's what somebody said in the comments. Yeah, I think 5th round is kind of normal for Marv. Judkins at the 5-2. I love that. This is where I'm going to use the ADP tool. Whoops. So if we go domain, we got in the 5th round here. There's a couple of decent picks. I'm not up yet, so my decision is not final, but there's a couple of picks that I like here. I don't necessarily think I'm kind of now at the top of a tier. I think Judkins and Lemon were the two guys that I would hope would fall to me at the 505 if I were lucky. I would be totally thrilled. But at this point, I'm kind of picking from a pretty significant bank of players. I'm really looking at one. No. Yeah, one of them just went. So 1, 2. I'm deciding between 2 players here. That's what I'm doing. 3 players, maybe. 3 players tops. Yeah, I know, David. I did catch myself, though. I didn't actually say his name. Consulting J Money here to see if he has a preference, because I'm pretty much dead even on 3 guys here that could go, and I have 30 seconds to decide. J Money, I'm gonna have to pick in 10 seconds. All right, I don't usually do this, so I'm going to do it this time because I've seen CMC more consistently go in the 4th round. I've seen somebody take him in the late 3rd, We are getting to the time of the season now where CMC moves up boards a ton, and this is becoming more of a rarity, which is where like CMC was going kind of in the early time of the off season. I think that's going to be like a short-term value win. And production-wise will pay off if Jesse ends up contending here. So I don't think there was a super correct pick there. There are a couple guys left on the board that haven't gone yet that I think will end up being good picks. And depending on where they go, we'll see what happens. We'll see where they end up going. BCJ we've seen fall to the mid 6 recently. I think 5-6 prices is where he probably should be going. Maybe more like 5-6 turn, but I think this is like the high end of where I'm comfortable with this price point being. Fernando 6.57. Fair. These taste very interesting. What in the world? Stevia, that's what it is. It has stevia in it. Whoa. We're at 115 likes, so we have exceeded 100 likes. We're going to do a blueprint giveaway here. Let me get Nightbot here. Nightbot's a little interesting. Connections. Here we go. Giveaways. All right. Code word, working on it. Code word tonight is going to be Cameo 69. Don't drop it in the chat yet. I need to actually enter the keyword. Keyword. Next. Next. Now, I know Avery says this all the time, but Nightbot can be a little bit of a hard donkey sometimes. So, if you spam the chat and you say Cameo 69 like a million times, you will be removed. So, drop Cameo 69 in the chat if you want to get a free blueprint tonight. Cameo 69. Romo Dunes and Breece Hall go at the 5'8" and 5'9". Those are the other two guys that I was thinking about taking at the 505. I think especially in the late 5th, Breece Hall is a phenomenal selection. Phenomenal. I thought Breece would go right after I took CMC. Rome, I've seen fall to the 5-6 turn. So this is starting to be normal in domain drafts. Seeing him go here. Price at the 5'11 was another consideration for me. I was trying to go based off of like, what's the highest point I've seen these guys be drafted, and CMC by far was the one where I've seen go the highest recently. Again, drop Cameo 69 in the chat if you guys want a free team blueprint tonight. Just traded Dart and Lad for JSN and Brees, by the way. Nice. How'd you do that? That was a real nice deal. Super nice deal. So at the turn here, this is where it gets interesting. Bucky at the 512, Kyron at the 6-1, Jordan Love 602, T. Higgins 603. T. Higgins, one of my favorite 6-round picks right now. You just know exactly what you're going to get from him. All right. Anthony, we got you in, man. Welcome to the community. Make sure you send me a DM on Discord too. Say hey. I didn't even think Brees would fall to the 509, to be honest. Yeah, no, I think that was a great pick. At the 509. You did a good job there. That was a good selection. For sure. Don't DM Avery, he doesn't care about you. That's not true. That's not true. He does. He just gets, I think he gets a good bit more message requests on a regular basis. So it just takes him more time to get through his messages. Well, I don't like Hall getting him so late. It's a good pickup. Yeah, no, I agree. The right price, man. The right price. Interesting. I'm going to be up here in a pick. ETN goes at the 607. I am more than happy, friends. More than happy. Oh, man, there are two really good picks here. Oh, jeez. Oh. There's some really good picks here. I'm more than happy to take Devonta Smith at the 608. I've seen Devonta Smith go as early as the 4-5 turn. Getting him at the 608, I think, is a slam dunk. What's your guys' favorite pick so far in this draft? Drop it in the chat. Did we start a 10-minute timer for Cameo 69? 3 minutes left. Sweet. Thank you. You're already ahead of me there. Also, if you want to go ahead and get the spinner set up, Scott, we're going to, tonight, if you guys buy a blueprint or join the community tonight and get a free blueprint when you sign up with the annual Mother Flocker, you will get your name on the spinner tonight, and whoever it lands on will get their night refunded. So you can get a blueprint on tonight's stream, dropping the link in the chat right now, and the pinned comment is how you can join the community if you haven't already, to sign up for the annual Mother Flocker tier and get a free blueprint done live tonight on the stream. Yes, Dalton, you'll get a spin for the infinite. Yep, you're on here, Dalton. Yeah, we've got JMS on here. We've got Diesel on here. We've got Dalton and Anthony is on here as well. All 4 in the queue there. Avery is on a little mini vacation. He went to Michigan. He's gone just for the weekend. So he'll be back next stream. Baker, Jacobs, Ward, 6'9", 6'10", 6'11", 6'9's nice. Love Ladd in the 4th, high on that Chargers offense. Mendoza at the 507's a slam dunk. Scadaboo in the 6 will look like a steal a year from now. Yeah, 100%. I love Scadaboo in the 6th round. He's one of my favorite picks in the 6th round. CD at the 208. Yeah, CD at late 2nd round prices is really, really nice. I'm really liking CD's price point in there. Better than like the 1-2 turn. What's the likelihood of Shador getting traded? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how much interest I have in it either. I don't think he's that good. Whatever he'll get traded for, it's not going to be any more than the value that they spent to get him in the draft last year, like a 5th round pick. They just want to clean up their quarterback room so they don't have to deal with a bunch of starter candidates that shouldn't be starter candidates because they're all practice squad level. Tune said, give me Smith over BCJ, AJ Brown, great value. Yeah, I liked Smith at that price. Mini vacation is what my mom told me what happened to my dad last time he got arrested as Avery in jail. Holy crap. Jeez. No, Avery is on a real mini vacation in Michigan. Take that how you will, I guess. Maybe he's being held in custody in Michigan. I actually lied. Avery's right here. Triple tight end is a choice. Yes, it is a choice. Fannin at the 6-7 turn. All right, timer's up, so we're going to do our blueprint giveaway. Fannin at the 6-7 turn is... I'm not going to say crazy value. It is kind of crazy value. It's really good value for Fannin. I'm not a big Fannin fan. I don't mind him at the end of the 6th. Yeah, the people in the queue now you can throw on the wheel. All right, and we're going to choose a winner. Preswall. What's up, man? Preswall gets the free blueprint tonight. Congrats, man. If you want to send me a DM or send Tommy Peanuts a DM on Discord, and we will get that blueprint voucher assigned to you. Congrats, man. Yes, JMS, good on there. JMS bot, like right before the stream, so. All right, let's see. Ooh, Andrew went on auto. Dang, Nam. Say what? Dang, guys, you're gonna make me do it. You kidding me? Oh my gosh. Jeez Louise. Hang on a second. Oh my gosh. People. Just thinking out loud here. Jared Goff at the 7.5 is a slam, absolute slam dunk. Y'all are nuts. I can't not take the value. Let's do this game again, guys. Let's do this again. Okay. Jared Goff in a 6-point passing touchdown league scored 22 points per game last year. He outscored Bo Nix. He's a very high volume touchdown passer because of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Y'all are nuts. Nuts. I looked at Shuck there too. Might have to switch over to Japan and Sweden here if they are tied. Netherlands is going to keep kicking butt. Team USA is playing tonight at 10. They're not playing their starters tonight, are they? They won their group. There's no way they're starting Pulisic off of a calf. They got to rest him one more game. This is a meaningless game. I would assume they're going to take it easy tonight. Yes, Greg Wells, this is a Superflex league. By this point last week, Avery was screaming to punish the early round guys to take QB. That's funny. Yeah, this is a 6-point passing touchdown, Greg, and a Superflex. I have two 22-point per game wide quarterbacks, and that's not including Drake May. Again, I'm not one to load up on quarterbacks, but at this price, people are literally gonna be begging J Money for a quarterback at some point. Fun fact, Christian Pulisic is from my hometown and we attended the same school. That's cool. Same class as you? Tommy in here screaming Dutch. Yeah, you can be a fan of another team as long as you do not root against Team USA regardless of who they play ever. Don't get me started. Don't make me do it again. I'm not sounding off on you guys again. Don't tempt me. Don't want to have the same conversation. I got a lot of crap for trading Laporta for Bucky straight up. Why? I'm more than happy to take Bucky there. I'm not even a big Bucky fan. I'd rather have Bucky. Unless it's like a 1-point tight end premium, then it's more debatable. But 3 years older than you, he left early to play in Germany at 16. It's crazy, man. Those guys start young. If they're like any good, they're like gone halfway through high school. It's crazy to think about. It's just crazy how like high the bar is for premium soccer play. Because you're like, hey, are you good at soccer? Yeah, I, was started in high school, played for a state championship, played in college. It's like, oh yeah, that's great. It's awesome. Like, I mean, college ball is awesome. It's very fun to watch, but it's like, man, the pros, like the people who play for these international teams are like, I mean, they're like plucked up by the time they're 14. It's ridiculous. So Stafford goes in a 6-point. I respect it, man. Stafford at the 7-11 is where he should be going in a 6-point. Even with the long-term risk, doesn't matter. He's one of the most... I actually think he is the most... No. He is one of the most productive quarterbacks in fantasy, period, in this type of format. You're going to love that pick this year, man, especially if you're contending. And looks like you are with the players that you have. Six-point matters a lot across the board, but it matters more for the guys who are high touchdown volume guys. Like Stroud and Darnold are guys that I'm less high on because they're not guys that throw a lot of touchdowns. Darnold did his 1 year in Minnesota, but beyond that, it's like, 25 is actually fine. Stroud is the one where it's like, yeah, he gets elevated, but dude has only thrown more than 20 touchdowns once. And that time it was like 23. So it definitely is like an exponential advantage for the people, for the QBs whose touchdown volume is like 30 or more. That's one thing about Goff that he's been so consistent about throughout his career, which like is what kind of made me want to go get him, is the last 4 years he's been like 30 or more touchdown passes, which is huge in a 6-point. He's always been a high touchdown volume type of guy. Relatively high. I'm up in a couple picks here. We'll see who's available. Got 132 likes on the stream. We'll do another blueprint giveaway tonight at 200 likes if you guys get there. Setting the like bar lower tonight because I like you guys. Yeah, super rare, especially from a town of less than 15K in central Pennsylvania. Yeah, and a 6-point, I think Stafford was the top scorer. At least he was up there. It was definitely like top 2 or 3. Yeah, I know, Alan. He literally just went. Alec Pierce just went at the 806. He was a big faller, fell a whole round. I know why he fell. And I know it's a little concerning for some people is his ankle stuff that might keep him out of at least a chunk of training camp, which is definitely a concern for his availability. I don't have any super sexy picks here. I think I'm just going to kind of go with the pick that I like the most, and call me a homer, but I'll take the pause. Yeah, I'll take the first round wide receiver, Omar Cooper. My man. IU. Pretty much right around where Cooper should be going. He goes in like the middle of the 8th round. So I didn't get any value fallers there. I was hoping that Pierce would fall just so I could get a value faller. Not because I'm like the biggest, most bullish guy on Alec Pierce, but mid 8th round prices I think is a lot better than like early mid 7th, which is where I see him go often. Again, guys, drop a like. Get to 200 likes, we'll do another giveaway with a different code word. I've drafted Goff in 5 out of 5 startup leagues this offseason because of his value. He's a 7th to 8th rounder usually. Yeah, I know. It's the bang for your buck there is amazing. And yeah, his value ceiling is capped, but you know exactly what you're going to get from Goff every single year. And in a 6-point, I think that's even better. Again, I don't think people realize, like, in this format what they're missing out on. Just way too many of these guys have been allowed to fall. Nathan, can we get a favorite team after the draft? Yeah, I'll do my best. There's been a lot of trades, but we'll look through all of them. I drafted an IDP league, and I know there will be some fillers, but I got Pierce in the 11th round. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not super informed with IDP, so I don't really know how many IDP players would be going through 11 rounds. But that sounds crazy. Why are Dak and Goff so far separated? They're both 4,500 yard, 30 touchdown guys. Preaching to the choir, man. That's one of our favorite down tiers right now, is Dak to Goff. There is a point once upon a time when Dak and Goff were value equivalent. And we knew that Dak's value upside was going to be higher because people just love his situation. And there is honestly low-key a little bit of a big market bias there. So we were big advocates for pivoting to Dak Prescott from a lot of quarterbacks around him pivoting to Dak last year. And it ended up paying off because his price is kind of at the high end of where we're comfortable with. And there are some other guys that are just as productive as he is that are going multiple rounds later. Realistically, how many more years do you think Goff has? Well, at 31 years old, I mean, 5 years, 6 years. Goff isn't a guy that's like really dependent on his mobility, which makes me think that he's a quarterback that could age pretty well because he already knows how to navigate a pocket better than most quarterbacks can in the league. And as long as you're able to navigate a pocket and you don't lose your arm strength, which he's not a guy that strikes me as like he has a very, very strong arm. And that definitely, to me, screams someone who's going to age really well. I think there's a difference between someone like him versus someone like Baker Mayfield, who you'd be more worried about at like 37 years old because he's a little more dependent on his mobility. All right, I'm up here again. Let's see what we're going to go with here. Ninth round. I'm going to deviate a little bit here. I'm going to take someone I'm pretty confident is going to rise once we get through training camp because he's just someone who's fallen into the right situation and they haven't really made any moves to make it any better than it already is. I think David Montgomery, where he's being ranked in redraft especially, I think is really indicative of what people think his production outlook is going to be, which is pretty dang solid. And when that really registers in the Dynasty community, I think it's going to push him up a round. And I'm taking him at market value in the 9th, so... Brian Burns helped me get to the semis last year, and he was picked up on waivers. Dang. Sounds like an interesting market for IDP. You get good sustainable players on waivers. Interesting. So it sounds like the volatility of like production is pretty drastic. That's what I'm gathering. We are, what are we in the 9th round? We'll get through probably one more round here. I'll pick my favorite team. And then if you guys want to get a team blueprint on tonight's stream, we got plenty of room right now. There are 4 currently in the queue. If you want to jump the line, you can always get an a la carte blueprint premium. And if you have not signed up on the site already to join the annual Motherflocker tier, you can do that as well. But again, a blueprint premium. You get all the extra analysis, 3-factor analysis, domain true, ranks, value, proportion, all the stuffs. Every premium blueprint purchase includes an infinite blueprint subscription. That's the blueprint premium plus infinite selection. There you get 3 free trade questions too. And again, you'll jump the line there if you get that blueprint for tonight. So Dalton's actually going to be the first one up tonight. And again, everybody who gets a blueprint tonight is going to get their name on the wheel, and we're going to spin it once, maybe twice, to get your full night refunded. Got 4 people on there right now, which means you have pretty good odds. How much does the site take into account that my league is 25 passing yards per point when I'm using the trade calculator? 25 passing yards per point. That's pretty standard, right? A point per 25 passing yards. 4 points per 100 passing yards. That sounds about right. I think that's pretty standard. So that should, I don't think that would impact the valuation of the trade calculator on the site because that's kind of expected. Yeah, that's standard, I think. Interesting draft here. Evans, Rico, Boston go 9-6, 9-7, 9-8. Parker, Washington at the 909. Got a couple of selections that I'm really starting to like here. Rico Dowdle, I'm seeing in domain drafts, is usually going in like the late 11th. So that was about a 2-round difference from where we're used to seeing him go. Which, quote unquote, reaches matter less and less the further down you get boards, especially once you get into like the 9th, 10th, 11th round. Reaches are less of like a super significant type of thing, and fallers become less significant unless they fall multiple rounds. So like if you reach on a guy a half round in like the 10th round, it's not really a reach. You reach on them like multiple rounds, it's a reach, but you're not taking like the biggest value loss of all time. I do think at this point there are still some better picks than others though. Hunter, Jones, and Harvey all went at the turn there. Those were 3 of my 4 favorite picks. Those were good picks. Where did Bryce go in this draft? Bryce went at the 8-11. What do you guys think about Bryce this year? I don't really know what to think about Bryce. I do know what to think about Bryce. And I'm just not that big of a fan. I have a lot of questions, and I just know that his value ceiling is capped. But you know, every once in a while I think about it. I'm like, man, if his touchdown volume goes up significantly, then you're looking at a really big riser. Like he could still move up to where Dak and Nixon Purdy go. And Michael Wilson's the other guy that's NO2. So those 4 guys that went all in sequence: Hunter, Daniel Jones, Harvey, and Michael Wilson. I think were all really good selections. I was considering Hunter and Wilson at my pick at the 905. Yeah, 3.5 point per game gap, Andrew, is like huge. That's what I was saying earlier when I took him in like the late 4th. Really, really big fan of his price. Tom, I think you're here on the stream. If you are, Fitz just submitted a ticket that we were talking about earlier. KT, I got yours as well. I saw your ticket come in too to get you in the dashboard. We'll get those figured out for you guys tonight. I think Bryce will be just okay, but an extension would do a ton for his value. It will for sure. It'll insulate his value. And I am on the side of thinking that he is going to get an extension. So that's just what I anticipate is going to happen. Oh, what a goal. Now Tunisia makes it a close game. 2-1 now. That was an awesome corner. Even better head. Yeah. This is one where I'm thinking ahead again, so... I mean, the closer and closer we get to the start of the season, people are going to realize hang on. There are a number of picks that I like here. I'm going to take Pearsall and play the training camp hype. That's what I think is going to happen is we're going to get to training camp and there's going to be so much coach talk and coach speak about how Pearsall's taking so many strides and he's the biggest year 3 breakout candidate, and Ayuk's gone, Debo's gone. Kittle's banged up to start the season, and by banged up I mean torn Achilles, and like, yeah, that Pearsall is going to be, and what I think is going to happen when it comes to hype is Pearsall is going to be the star of the show, and I wonder what that's going to do to his value. Especially when I see him go more in the 9th round than the 10th. I kind of want to make my 11th round pick here. We'll wait a little bit longer. Stowers dipped a little too. I thought about taking Stowers. overall, not the craziest draft of crazy drafts, but just I think another example of quarterbacks being undervalued in a 6-point format and kind of trying to reap the benefits there. So I'm pretty happy with the output of the draft here. And again, like regardless of who I get in the 11th round, it's not going to make a difference on my overall thoughts here on my team, at least. But, you know, I'm biased. It's the team I drafted, so. So we are drop in the chat what you guys who you guys think had the best draft tonight. By the way, who's your favorite draft? Japan just scored. Nice. John Shum, we got your review. You will be in for tonight. Yeah, John Shum. No. Love the Coleman pick in the 11th. I think that's a really, really nice shot to take. Was hoping he might make it back to me. Was hopeful. Got 143 likes here, guys. We've got 57 more likes until we get to 200 on the night. When we get to 200 likes, I'll give you another code word, and we'll do a free blueprint giveaway in the chat for you guys. And then we've also got the spinner for tonight. When you buy a blueprint or sign up for the annual Mother Flocker 2 using code domain on the stream, you will get on the spinner. And if you are spun and picked at the end of the night, then we'll refund your night. Josh Downs taking one of my Colts, the 11-3. The Tate hype has gone too far. What do you mean? What Tate hype? I think he's kind of being priced where he should be priced, right? I haven't seen like a ton of super crazy Tate hype unless I've been like totally out of it. And Chris Bell at the 11-4. I'm up now. So I caught myself. I almost said his name. I was this close to selecting him at the 10:08. And I looked at the teams after. I looked at the teams drafting at the turn, at the 10-11 turn. And literally all of you guys had already taken either multiple tight ends or already had a solid tight end. And actually a couple of you still took tight ends, Ferguson and Stowers, which I did not expect. What I was hoping, crossing my fingers for, was that George Kittle would make it back to me at the 11:05. And I could not be happier. Literally could not be happier getting George Kittle at the 11:05. I waited to go do reviews to look at the 11th round for the purpose of hoping and seeing if George Kittle made it back to me at the 11:05. And that to me is a slam dunk pick in the 11th round. Faded tight end, took a good number of quarterbacks in a 6-point, got wide receiver taken care of, have a couple decently productive running backs, take care of a productive George Kittle in the 11th round. Very, very happy about that. Thanks, Danny. It's not my birthday, but I'm picking at the 108 here. I'm drafting for Jesse tonight. And once we get through the 11th rounds, guys, you are welcome to go to a slow draft because I will be no more drafting since we'll be moving over and doing some teams. Drake May averages 21 points per game in this league since it's only 0.04 passing yards. .04 passing yards. You mean 0.04 points per passing yard? That's standard. That's 4 points per 100 yards. This is also a 6 point, so he averages more than that. He averages like 25 points per game. Or 26, something like that. Or no, he averages like 24. Math. 24 and a half. The point I've heard tonight is 6-point passing touchdown, 0.05 passing yards. 0.05. 0.05 is 5 points per 100 yards. That's not standard. 0.04 is standard. Anyways, let's look through these teams. So Woot's team, we got Bijan, Tet, Olave, Wilson, Bucky, Kyron. Very well-rounded roster. Fades QB entirely and gets Stroud and Jones in the 8th and 9th. That's a little risky there. None of your picks were like bad or wrong picks though. I think overall this is just a really well-rounded team. Gibbs, JSN, he moved up and ended up with JSN and Gibbs in the first round. Gave up his 3rd and 4th to do it, but he got an extra 5th. So he ended up with the same amount of capital, but you probably gave up like your 27 first. So JSN and Ibuka, Gibbs, Hall, Price, Love, Stafford, Suit, and Hunter Wilson. I like that team a lot. Paul Walker, Allen, Hurts, Nico, Barkley, Higgins, DJ Moore, DK, Sutton, McBride. He gets an elite tight ends. So a little bit lacking at wide receiver, like upside wise. You got 2 of those quarterbacks up top in the elite tight end. That's what you sacrifice. It's not my favorite structure, but in a 6-point, can't hate it too much. Burrow, Murray, and Darnold at QB. JT, Chase Brown, Scottaboo, Javant. This dude's going for it this year. This is a true contending team. He traded back, got extra picks, probably extra future draft capital if I were to guess too. Peefy. Yeah. Carterman, Puka, Ladd, Parker, QJ, Marv, Herbert, Dart, Kraft. This team's a little lackluster. It's a little bit. It's not a bad team. We're just missing like the 6th and the 8th round pick, which kind of makes your team a little top heavy. Snatchbacks got Jeremiah Love, Bowers, Tate, Dak, Lawrence. This one's overall a decent team too. Gets 2 tight ends. Trades away one of them, I think. Does he trade away Kraft or did Carterman move up to get him? Little weak at wide receiver. Getting the 2 tight ends. He's got Love and that's it. Another top heavy team. AVN Lover gets Neighbors, Caleb Williams, Loveland, Purdy, Lemon, Jacobs, KC, Swift. I think the Neighbors, it would have been interesting to see how far Neighbors fell. Caleb and Purdy were both good picks. Loveland, I think, was on the higher end of what I'm comfortable with. Lemon was a great pick in the 5th. Jacobs, you took about 2 rounds high. We'd say a round and a half high probably for Jacobs. I like Jacobs, but he's fallen a little bit in market value. He probably would have made it back to you in the 7th at least. Andrew, this is another tight end heavy team at the bottom, but he gets his core guys at wide receiver, gets his core running backs, gets his core quarterbacks. Just doesn't have depth anywhere else because of those tight ends. C-Stalls. Decent draft. Pretty big reach on Tyler Warren. High end of where I would have drafted BTJ. I think Shuck was a good selection at the 7-6. So overall, solid. Hampton Judkins at running back here for Patronus. AJ Brown, Rome, Waddle, Daniels, and Cam Ward. Well-rounded roster. I think this is a fine draft. A little high on Hampton. And then C. Stanton, Jamar Chase, Zay, J-Mo, Pierce Evans, and then he gets Lamar and Fernando, Cook, and Walker. Another very, very standard balanced team. I'm going to go ahead and go with Allen's team. You moved up and you ended up with still a pretty solid squad. I assume you gave up future capital doing that, but overall didn't mind the final output there. Netherlands scored again. All right. Let's go ahead and move over and do some trade questions, and then go ahead and do some reviews. That was fun drafting tonight. Shout out to J Money. Thanks for letting me draft, man. Again, guys, we got plenty of room tonight. So if you want to get a team blueprint on tonight's stream, just follow that link that I dropped in the chat. If you want to sign up, become a domain member if you're not already. If you sign up on the stream for the annual Mother Flocker tier, you will get a free team blueprint, and we will do it live for you on the stream right now. No extra charge. It comes with infinite blueprint as well. All of our flock tools on the site, one-on-one access to me and Avery on Discord, as well as our community. You'll get our ADP tool, the domain league network. We'll get you in a league in our community as well. All that stuff, more trade questions, free constant advice, really just ongoing all the time. So join if you haven't already. And again, anybody who joins tonight on the stream and anybody who buys a la carte blueprint, a live team blueprint or a blueprint premium on the stream, wants to jump the line, then we will get you on the wheel, on the spinner tonight. And if your name is called at the end of the night, then we will be refunding your nights of purchases. We are also at 148 likes, so 52 likes away from giving away another free team blueprint. Okay. So drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. If we get to 200 likes, we'll do another code word and we'll give away a free team blueprint for no charge whatsoever in the chat, on the YouTube chat. Anybody who's here in the stream will have a chance of getting that one for free. So we have a trade question here from Jesse. Jesse is giving up a late first in 27, a general 28 first for Tet McMillan. I just take Tet here. You're not going to get a caliber prospect like Tet McMillan in the late first next year, and the 28 first is totally unknown. Tet McMillan is one of the priciest foundational assets in Dynasty. He goes consistently in the late second round in startups. You're taking Tet here. Good move. Bo Bandis is looking to buy JJ. The owner is starting a rebuild, looking for ideas to get a trade done. Thanks. No problem, man. We appreciate you a ton. Let's look into this and see what we can't get done. So Ladd, McConkey, and Jefferson for Jefferson. So what would you have to add on top of Ladd, essentially, is what you're asking. Let's start low and move our way up. So like you could start with like Ladd and Saquon. That's one initial concept. There's Saquon Barkley right there. You can just add him. Now hit the plus button up there. We'll come up with other concepts as well. Another thing I would be comfortable doing if I were you would be like a I would do a neighbors for Jefferson straight up on your team because you're contending. So just put neighbors on there. Wide receiver. And get rid of Ladd. That one's fair as is right there. You could just do that. A couple other ideas. We'll do another plus. You could explore Rome and Marv. You could try putting Rome and Marv together. See if you could hold on to Ladd and see if Rome and Marv gets it done. You could throw in like a Swift and Manungai too to get it done. Yeah, Rome and Marv for Jefferson, yeah. And you could even throw in Swift and Manungai in there if you want to, but he'll see this on demand if he's not on the stream already. So those are a few ideas. And those are all things that I would be willing to do to get Jefferson. Hopefully that helps you out, man, with some different combo ideas. Parker Ruse, 227 first for Amari and Hampton. Yes, I'll do that. In a 10x7, yes. Take the running back, the high upside running back over the 2 first. He's a low-end cornerstone guy going in the second round of startups. JMS, or not JMS, sorry. Mostly is up next. James Cook, Garrett Wilson, BCJ for Saquon, Javonte, and Amon-Ra. This is James Cook and Garrett Wilson for Amon-Ra. And then BTJ, let's say BCJ and Saquon cancel. Javonte, you get as a... I'm good taking the Amon-Ra side here. I'm fine with this move. Value upside lies on the Garrett Wilson and BTJ side, but too much risk. I'd take the safety in Amon-Ra. Lance G, we have a trade question from him. Yeah, it should be. Yeah, I think it's loading for me. Okay. What are your thoughts from Lance G? 27 first should be guaranteed top 5, maybe even top 3. I think this is worth it for me. Yeah. Yes. I mean, you would be thrilled if that 27 early first ended up being in the same price range as Devon Achane. If it's top 5, maybe top 3, like there's no guarantee that it's even top 3. You take Achane and Rice, no questions asked. You'll win your league with that move, man. All right. Dalton, you were the first one up tonight, my man. Again, follow the link in the stream if you guys want to get a blueprint done tonight. We'll be happy to do it for you. But let's get this show on the road. So Dalton said this was my first ever startup. Going into this year, went 0-24 and got a big package trade from a reloader to send them the 101 and other stuff to get Chase and a bunch of other stuff. Long story short, I went from 0-24 to a top 4 contender in a month or so, trying to up tier to Adams. Or try to up tier from Adams, I think is what you're saying. Okay, cool. So let's check this out. Let's grade it out. This is a 12-team Superflex full PPR half tight end premium, 8.3% production share, which is 7th in your league, 8.5% value share, which is 6th in your league. Okay, and it looks like there is kind of a superpower value-wise in this league. You said trade 1, you sent Henry, Purdy, Ladd in a 28 second for Burrow, Kyron, and Brooks. That's a pretty even deal. You sent Garrett Wilson and Marv for Lamb. Also even. I probably would have slightly leaned the Garrett Wilson side. Sent Herbert, Hendo, Neighbors in the 101 for Jamar, Purdy, Chase, Fannin, Henry, and Adams. Herbert, Hendo, Neighbors 101. Oh, man. Oh. So let's say Purdy and Henry equal Herbert. Let's say Henderson and Chase Brown cancel. So then we're left with Jamar Chase, Fannin, and Adams for Neighbors and Jeremiah Love. I probably would have held the Neighbors on the 101 side there. I got Malik Willis off of waivers in August of last year. Nice. That was a nice little easy value win. So a lot of trades there. I think a mixed bag of return. But overall, it wasn't like catastrophic or anything like that. Yeah, this tight end U team is pretty solid up top here. So let's grade this out. Joe Burrow, Malik Willis, Ty Simpson is going to be a 5. Chase Brown, Saquon, and Kyron is going to be a solid 7. Chase Lamb, Adams is going to be a 7. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7. I'll give you a 6 there, and then Harold Fannin, I'll give you a 7, and then Harold Fannin is going to be a 6. No 27 first, 228 first. Draft capital grade is going to be a 3. Bench score is going to be a 1. Not a ton of depth here. Boy. If we down tier, your starting lineup will be fine. This is like a start 8 or a start 9. So I think you'll be fine here. We'll go standard value, well-rounded, contend. Overall grade is going to be a 5.8. Overall, this is a 36th percentile team. So a bit on the lower end of the standard values. This is almost like a flex type of archetype. But looking at some of your advanced metrics here, you've got 40% of your valuation tied to wide receiver. And I would say 90% of that value at wide receiver is allocated to Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. It's more than that. It's like 99%. Sure. Yeah, I did. Those were the ones that I read. So, yep. The trade was back in like February. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Jewel, if you buy a Blueprint Premium, if you buy an a la carte Blueprint Premium on the live stream, if you purchase it on the live stream, you jump the line and we do it live for you. So I don't know if that answers your question. If you already submitted yours and it got moved over, then we probably already started it for you, or you had purchased off stream sometime in the past or something like that. I took over an orphan salary cap league. Do you guys do those? Yeah, Nick, if you wanna submit it, we do salary cap leagues. So I'll need you to like kind of walk me through some context when it comes to moves and trades, because those are really, really unique for sure. But I've done salary cap leagues before, so they're actually a lot of fun to do. I enjoy doing them. So looking at your 3-factor analysis here, your insulation score across the board is kind of average. It's actually really low at wide receiver, and that would be because of the overall depth of your wide receiver room. After Chase and Lamb, you're looking at like Adams, Myers, and everybody after that isn't too great. It's a little low for my liking, but it kind of gets the point across that you don't have depth at wide receiver. Your production is great at running back, which checks out. You have Chase Brown, Saquon, and Kyron, like that a ton. Good across the board, which kind of solidifies your status as a contending team, in my opinion. Situationally, going to be low at tight ends, lower at quarterback, because again, it's going to be lower at quarterback by default because you have Joe Burrow, but your second QB and Malik Willis isn't anything great or anything to write home about. But the ones that we care about the most in running back and wide receiver are fine. So with your value proportion, though, again, I do like 47% of your value being at wide receiver. We might have to make a down tier or two there. 18.6% at running back, 23% at QB, and then your lowest value allocation being at tight end and draft capital, because, again, you don't have a ton of draft capital in the near future. And you have Harold Fannin, who, in the grand scheme of things, isn't the craziest, most valuable guy of all time. You are 7th in the power rankings here. You're going to be in the mix here. I definitely think you have the ability to be a playoff team here with like a down tier or two, but let's look at some of your moves here. You do have 15% cornerstones. You have a number of cornerstone assets on this team, 3 of them. You've got 10% mainstays, 10% upside shots, 10% serviceable guys. So the combination of like the cornerstones and the mainstays, and then you have like a productive vet and a short-term league winner, that's definitely like a contending type of build when it comes to your categorical analysis there. So I think you're doing all right. We can definitely improve like the depth of this team and the flex spot upside, and that'll help your contention outlook a lot. So, hey, Jewel, you said you submitted a voucher bundle. You submitted a voucher bundle premium. Was that the Domain Mother Flocker Appreciation voucher bundle? When did you purchase that? Did you purchase that a couple months ago? Because that voucher bundle is no longer active, which I think that means you bought it probably like a month ago. The premiums that are purchased on the stream are the ones that jump the line and that we do live. So hopefully that makes sense for you. Okay, you did. I got you. Yeah. Yeah, so those ones we do off screen. Okay. So I'm kind of working through the guys that I want you to down tier here, Dalton. I think we have to down tier from Burrow. Jamar Chase and CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is like, he's kind of uniquely tough to down tier from because you have to down tier to a foundational guy because he's kind of ended up being like one of the lower end cornerstone wide receivers where you can't really down tier to another cornerstone wide receiver anymore. You used to in the early offseason be able to down tier from him to like Drake London plus, and now you can't do that as much. Jamar Chase, it's easier to like down tier from him to like a Jefferson plus or an Amon-Ra plus or a London plus where you can get a decent plus on top. So I think we're going to lean that route. We'll go Chase down tier, Burrow down tier. I'll give you some CeeDee Lamb down tier ideas. It's just going to be tougher to implement those potentially. Like you might not get like the best return of all time is what I'm trying to say. I think we're going to pivot from, I would be looking at a pivot from Malik Willis as well. 158 likes, by the way. We are 42 likes away from giving away another free blueprint on the stream for you guys. So drop a like if you haven't already. Yeah, I think we might fade tight end entirely and probably move Fannin for a running back or a running back or a wide receiver. And then we can go get Kittle on a separate deal for really cheap. Maybe package some Jags together and go get George Kittle. Like take like Jacoby Myers and Jim DK, Jacoby Myers in your 27 second. I definitely like that idea quite a bit. We'll take Myers in your second, and honestly, that could get you Kittle plus a piece, but I'll put Kittle on there as probably one of my favorite options in that type of move. You can also look at Terry McLaurin as a productive vet. You can look at DeAndre Swift. Yeah, we got that down tier from CeeDee Lamb. And then really one more move here. Oh yeah, I mentioned Malik Willis. We'll do a pivot from Malik Willis. You honestly, what you could do is you could take, instead of Myers in the second, You could take Myers plus another depth piece to try and get to Kittle, and then you could take Malik Willis in a second and like move up to a Goff or a Baker or something like that. See if you could pull that off. But some other quarterbacks that we like in that range that we prefer over Willis specifically are like Kyler Murray, Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones we just saw in today's startup going the 10th. Stafford's another guy that's cheap in a lot of leagues. You might have to pay a little plus to get up to Stafford or Kyler, and I'd be okay with that. With Fannin, when we look at his price, I'll be conservative with this price, really. Like, I would be looking for like a Scattaboo. I would get a Bucky over a Fannin if I were you. This is a 0.5 titan premium. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. If you're looking wide receiver, you can go for like a Zay Flowers or something. Now with Burrow, let's say if we down tier to Brock Purdy, that team does have Kenneth Walker on his roster, and I'd be a fan of that as a potential plus. He also has Wilson and Lab McConkey. If you wanted a smaller plus, you could do like Mahomes plus Derrick Henry. Bo Nix is another guy that you could take a look at. The Bo Nix team has, honestly, let's go as far down as like Dak. The Dak team has Quinshawn, Amakai Lemon. I'd try to get something working there. The squad with Brock Purdy that has Walker, Ladd and Walker is not a bad combination either if you were to down tier from CeeDee Lamb. Garrett Wilson and Marv is actually what you paid to get CeeDee Lamb. That's the team that you've traded with in the past. I actually think what I would do here is try to avoid going that far down. Let's look at Pickens. Like Pickens plus a piece would definitely be worth looking into. That team also has Olave. You could get a plus on top of Olave. What plus could you get on top of Olave? Let's take a look. Probably shoot for a 27 pick and see if you can end up flipping that 27 pick. That's probably what I would do. Because you can leverage that as a contender. And then maybe Shuck on top of Pickens, which gives you more flexibility at quarterback to then flip one of those guys as well. Now with Jamar Chase, some smaller down tiers, the Amon-Ra team has Marv. Again, same team as like Pickens and Olave. London, same roster there, what we're talking about. You should be able to get a solid plus on top. How high is he on Loveland, by the way, on that team? Could you get some sort of deal involving London and Loveland? You'd have to give him something back, most likely. But I think it would be worth looking into that. And then the Jefferson team, same thing with Lemon there. A lot of down tier options there with the down tier from both of those wide receivers and then the down tier from Burrow. What do you think about those moves, Dalton? What questions do you have on those moves? Any preguntas? I'm not too worried about the quarterback position here because I think that like again, you know how we feel about quarterbacks and like you not needing an elite guy there. And especially when it comes to backups, like you can just get a Tua or a Penix for really cheap. If you can take some of those Jags, help out your flex spots quite a bit. Those down tiers should help out a lot too. But overall, I mean, going from 0-24 to a team that's definitely in the mix to be a playoff team and contending this season, I think is very impressive. Dalton, you're the man. Got 165 people here. And what I'm gathering is that you guys just don't want another free blueprint. 200 likes. We're giving away another free blueprint. And again, right now, Scott, can you pull up the wheel? There are 5 people on this wheel right now, which means currently the people on this wheel have a 1 in 5 chance of getting their purchase entirely refunded tonight. So if you want to get a review tonight and you want the chance of it being completely free, these are some of the best odds you're probably ever going to have in your entire life, because it is the end of June and we are a week away from the 4th of July, which means we are in we have literally approached the most deadest week of the year in terms of like Dynasty content across the board and football in general, because we're so like we're right smack in the middle of the summer. These will be like your best odds ever, just FYI. So if you want to get a team review tonight, the link is pinned in the comments there, and I will drop it in the chat again for you guys if you want to get a team blueprint on tonight's stream and get on that wheel and play the odds. What is a code word? Riley said no code word yet because we haven't gotten to 200 likes to give away another free blueprint. We're at 170 likes now, so we got 30 likes. We need 30 more likes until we give away a blueprint. All right, JMS, you are up next, my friend. Let's do this thing. Holler if you're here. I know you bought like an hour or two before the stream. So again, say what's up if you are if you're here. Have infinite but want to hear y'all's opinion live. The league is currently slow, expecting more activity right before the season starts. Zesty and Lamar are impossible for trades. Planning on drafting Eli Raridon and Heidenreich specifically, and Parker Washington and Shake with most of my fab. Not many free agents usually. Thanks. Okay. Like a good neighbors, State Farm is there. 8 teams, Superflex, full PPR, no tight end premium, 13.3% production share, which is 3rd in your league, and 14.1% value share, which is 3rd in your league. You are right at expected value share here, and you again are like right smack in the middle of your league, 3rd. Upper 3rd of the league, I guess. Josh Allen and Drake May is a 10 in an 8 team. You have the 2 most productive, 2 most valuable quarterbacks in Dynasty in an 8 team. Even that is a 10. Quinshawn, Kenneth Walker, Scadaboo, ETN is going to be a 6. Neighbors, London, Pickens, Olave is a solid. I'll give you an 8 there. And Kyle Pitts is going to be a 3. No first in 26, first in 2027. Draft capital grade is going to be a 2. Bench score is going to be a 4. Overall grade is going to be a 6.7. I think we are going to go standard value well-rounded here on an 8 team still. You got a good amount of upside here. Going to have to address running back, but you said league activity is a little bit slow here, but you are expecting it to pick up during or closer to the season, so that's expected. Zesty and Lamar are impossible for trades. Planning on drafting Raridon and Heidenreich. Okay. Parker Washington and Shea with your fab. Okay. So we will block out Zesty and Lamar when it comes to trade recommendations. I'll steer clear now that we've got the blocker set in place. Makes it so much easier. What's up, JMS, man? Fuji, hey, how you doing, man? Hope you and Avery are doing well. Doing well. I am in better health than I was on Sunday. Thank you for asking. Listening to this live stream on the road, great background. Oh, nice. I'm very impressed that you're listening to my voice and have been listening to my voice for this long on the road in the background. I would get very annoyed with myself. 173 likes, 27 likes, guys, for another free blueprint. All right. So what moves do we want to make here to basically improve the production upside of your lineup this year? Lennon and Pickens and Olave. Here's the predicament with 8 teams is in 8-team formats, you don't really want a down tier because that pocket of like the high-end premium cornerstone and foundational assets that are the most productive and most valuable and most insulated players in Dynasty are the way and the only way that you can win in an 8-team. So like once you get your hands on one of those guys, you have to hold on to them very, very tightly. The only trades that you should be making involving those guys is when you make direct pivots from one guy to another in the same value range. So I think that might be what we do here is I'm going to have you look at some pivots from Neighbors to another wide receiver. Just saw Neighbors go with the 110 here in today's draft. Today's real money startup draft. If you can get to Jefferson or Puka or even like I would pay up to get Gibbs. I would pay up to get Puka. Gency's another guy that you could look into as well, or Jeremiah Love. I like all of those guys. But really, like, just pivot to a wide receiver that you know is going to produce this year at a very, very high level. Neighbors is a little more questionable. For a team like yours that I think is capable of contending, I think it's worth making that potential pivot. Let's do an up tier from Walker. A very small up tier. Basically what I want you to do is I want you to take Walker plus a piece. You could do this with Judkins as well, honestly. You could do it with Judkins or Walker, and I'd be fine with either. But ETN's coming off of your bench. Pearsall is off of your bench. Use one of those guys and get James Cook or JT. If you don't get James Cook or JT, it's not worth making the move. James Cook looks like he's on one of the teams that doesn't trade with you. JT is on one of the teams that doesn't trade with you. I hate everything so much. I want to scream. Screw it. Take Judkins and Walker and go for Achane, Genty, Hampton. Hampton's blocked, of course. So we'll go Achane, Hampton, or Achane, Genty, Love. And then for Neighbors, I'll give you Jefferson and Puka. And I'll give you a pay up for Gibbs, if you can. And then the last but not least move that I'm going to have you make is I'm going to have you move one of your QBs, and I'm going to have you move them for a cornerstone asset. If you can get Chase, if you can get JSN, if you can get Bijan, I would take one of those guys. I would take one of those quarterbacks and get one of those guys and go win your league with the skill position upside. And then what you can do is you can replace Allen or May, whichever one you end up moving, and you can replace him with a really cheap guy who you know is going to produce. Jared Goff is pennies on the dollar in an 8-team. Brock Purdy is pennies on the dollar in an 8-team. Dak Prescott, pennies on the dollar. They're very, very, very easy to acquire in an 8-team because, again, the fall off in an 8-team happens so much sooner, where you can get a bunch of viable, productive options that are all doing pretty much the same thing aside from the elite guys. So you can get by no problem with one of those super cheap quarterbacks instead. But I'm going to avoid down tiers here. I think you have enough depth for you to make one up tier, and that's probably about it. And then we'll translate some of that quarterback value to another elite skill position guy. I'm really the most worried and concerned about running back. Quinshawn Walker and Scattaboo in an 8-team is pretty rough. Pretty questionable. It's not like the roughest I've ever seen. It's just, there's a lot of question marks there. You've got wide receiver taken care of, quarterback obviously taken care of to a point where like you can sacrifice some production upside at quarterback to help build up running back. I've gone for those guys, but Lomar refused until he clearly wins. Yeah, I took those guys off and gave you some other targets instead. So yeah, that sucks that you can't get James Cook or JT. There are some short-term league winners that you can get for cheap who are some of the highest production upside assets in fantasy, but are going to be really affordable. CMC is the most expensive, obviously. Adams is really cheap. Henry is also really cheap. You should be able to potentially target those for a very nice price. What questions do you have on those moves, man? Any preguntas? We are an hour away from Team USA taking on Turkey, aka Turkey A. So people just decided that's what it was all of a sudden. Yes. JMS, if you have any more follow-ups or questions, feel free to drop them in here and I'll answer them for you. Every move but moves with Malik. Every time I mention him in trade talks, my league mates try to downplay his value because of his injury. Interesting. Okay. Then you may just have to hold on to Malik. Again, kind of try to re-gauge the stuff with neighbors and see what happens there. And if nothing happens, then it's okay. You can just hold on to him. Like don't force an undersell with neighbors. I try to give you a lower end target like Jefferson. Or Gentry or Love I mentioned too, which I think are reasonable pivots. If you can't get any of those guys, I'm not going any lower than that and you can just hold. So every move is good. Okay, cool. Sweet. All right, Diesel Fusion, you're up next, man. Right. Took over this orphan a few months ago. I was heavy at wide receiver, so I made a few moves to get Bucky. What's up, Diesel Fusion? Still hanging out here. To get Bucky and Javonte at running back. Even with these moves, I'm in the middle of the pack team. I was wanting to move draft capital either up tier or straight up get at least another strong wide receiver. What kind of moves should I be making? Puka Unleashed. I'm all for that team name. 23 likes away, guys. Drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. And we will get you a free team blueprint or a chance to get a free team blueprint at 200 likes. Was I skipped? Son of a gun just jumped back in stream. Chum's Pokemon. What's your username? Oh, John Chum. Nope. You're third in line here, man. Yeah, it's probably intuitive, Scott. I'm just dumb. Okay. Sorry, stand by. I got to pull up your production and value share here. On a little delay because I'm quadruple tasking now. Membership. Boom. Okay. Here we go. 12 team, Superflex, full PPR, half Titan premium, 9.1% production share, which is 4th in your league, 7.4% value share, which is 7th in your league. How lopsided is this league? Whew, big drop off after your team. There's almost like 3 ranges, and you're right before the drop off. So, okay, so you're going to be at least on the verge here. Nixon, Jared Goff is going to be maybe a 5. Bucky, Javonte, and Tootin is going to be a 4. Puka, Pickens, Garrett Wilson, Michael Wilson. This is a solid 7. Chig is a 1. 27 first, 28 first. Got all your future draft capital. I'll give you a 4 there. Bench score is going to be a 1. You have Pittman and Gainwell. I'll give you a 2. Overall grade here. Flex spots are Michael Wilson and Bashal Tootin. Can we down tier enough for you to be really, really comfortable as a contender? No. We're under expected value share. If we reload for 1 year, you're going to be in a way better situation next season. You're right on the verge, man. You're right on the verge. I'm going to go conservative here because I don't know about Garrett Wilson. I don't know about Bucky. I don't know about Tootin. I don't know about Wilson. I know about Puka, Pickens, Javonte, and Bo Nix and Goff, which is great. But we don't have enough. We don't want to down tier from those guys, cap our production ceiling. Because you can really only down tier from like Puka and Nix, and I don't want to down tier from Pickens. You can't really down tier from Pickens or Wilson. So we're gonna go 1 year reload, well-rounded here. This is a good 1 year reload where like you, with enough moves, you can end up contending sooner than you think, honestly. Overall grade is a 4.8. Okay, so what moves do we want to have you make here? I think I want to have you pivot off of Bucky Irving. There are a couple other running backs that have like equivalent value upside in his range, like Scottaboo and Price, who I just am less worried about, honestly. I would rather take Rashee Rice too, honestly, if you can get him at that price point. Romo Dunze is another guy that I would go take a shot on as well. Okay, so a couple questions from Diesel. He says, lots of unknowns. That's why I need you. Yeah, you're a little bit stuck. Yeah, so you said one trade that was discussed with another team is Cook, Flowers, and Kincaid for my 27 first, second, 28 first, and Tootin. I just didn't know if I should go that far without my draft capital. See, I know why that guy's offering it to you, and it's because he knows that you are right on the verge of maybe not contending. And Cook and Flowers would definitely do the trick for you there, but I don't know if you have the long-term value installation to do that. Like, that's a pretty good deal. That really is a good deal, but I know why he's doing it, because he's playing the odds of your team's going to disappoint. You do have a good, you've got a solid core, and Flowers and James Cook would really do a lot of work there for you. But both of your future firsts over the next 2 years is tough. I feel like I need to make a big move to compete with the top teams. Yeah, and that's the tough thing is like you trade away Rice for Bucky. Oh, well. Okay. That actually, I probably would have held Rice there. I ended up not giving you Rice as a target. I switched it to Rome anyways. Yeah, that's a heck of a predicament. Yep, I do see your dilemma for sure. Here's my personal experience. Okay. First off, I'm gonna treat your team the way your team currently is, and the way it stands right now. I think it definitely is best off for you to reload. It can always change if you get a really, really good deal. What I have found is in past experiences, I have had a couple of teams like this where I've got a good core and my flex spots are rough, and I say I am 1 or 2 players away from being a top contender. If you're 1 or 2 players away from being a top contender, that means, and you don't have the current flexibility to get those guys to raise the upside of your flex spots without having to give away like future capital and mortgage your future, you're just really, really risking a lot there. And what has happened to me in the past is I have made moves where I've mortgaged away my future on teams exactly like this, and my roster disappointed big time, and I have literally had to scrape and claw my way out of a hard rebuild that has taken years and years and years, like legitimately 3 years for me to get out of. And that's like doomsday. I'm not trying to scare you, but that's just like, that is the absolute low end risk that is very much possible if you were to make a trade like that I think is like super duper scary if it doesn't pay off. Now, if it ends up being a big enough value win, and that's where I'm like kind of debating the Flowers and James Cook thing, is like, I think like that is on the verge of like, you just take James Cook and Zay Flowers. Like, that's a pretty dang good deal. Here's what I'm going to do. Your production rank is 4th in your league. I'm going to conservatively categorize this as a 1-year reload. I think if you end up making that deal for James Cook, that absolutely 100% locks you into contending this year. Like, absolutely locks you into it. The future outlook of your team is a little bit scary, but it definitely locks you into it. What I'm going to do is worry less about the categorization of the archetype and focus more on the moves that I'm going to have you make, because regardless of whether you end up contending or reloading, I'm going to have you make the exact same moves. I'm having you move Bucky regardless. I'm having you move Tootin regardless. And I'm having you probably move... I'm probably going to have you package Wilson and Pittman regardless as well. Just kind of taking a look at some of the other teams in this league. Yeah, I'm kind of changing my mind here, man. If you, the quote unquote best teams in this league are very, very, very beatable. Very beatable. This is not as top heavy as the Flock League power, or as the Flock Power Rankings show. Sorry, I'm flip-flopping on you. I'm kind of just trying to rationalize this in my head. I'm going to give you standard value well-rounded, assuming that you make that trade for James Cook and Zay Flowers, because I do think that that locks you into contending, and that gets your production rank from 4th, which it already is 4th, and that's going to move your production rank up to 2nd, if not 1st. There you go, Diesel. That's my, after that whole discussion, we just went in all circles there. That's my final verdict for you. That is my final verdict. Yeah, back and forth. I think we're gonna shoot for it, man. Because Puka, Pickens, and your quarterbacks are very, very solid. Like, you know exactly what your quarterbacks are gonna do for you. So you've kind of got that locked down. Again, James Cook and Flowers are gonna be great. Yeah. Yeah, looking at the other teams in your league, honestly, there's not, like, it's not as drastic of a gap as I thought it was. I kind of miscalculated that. So same moves are still going to apply here. We will go ahead and do the Bucky pivot or explore that option. I guess Tootin is involved in that deal with the 1st and the 2nd. So I'll avoid a Tootin deal. We'll take Michael Wilson and Michael Pittman, and we'll up tier there at wide receiver. So if we took Wilson and Pittman, I would be trying to get you up to like a Henry. This type of up tier is going to help you a lot too, honestly. Let's shoot for some other guys. You're in an interesting range here. You can honestly try for ETN or Jacobs too. You know, another thing that would help too, honestly, is Bo Nix is technically at the top of a quarterback tier where you could down tier from Nix and give yourself a little more flexibility too if you're worried about your depth. Like you could go down to Dak plus, you could go all the way down to like Shuck and Judkins if you wanted to risk it for the biscuit and bet on Shuck. The Baker team has Chase Brown. The Dak team has CMC and Rashee Rice. You probably try Dak and CMC there. If you make some of these moves, you're locked in. You're going for it for sure. What do you think about those moves? Thanks for letting me talk through that with you. That was very helpful. John D. Perone said, what's the best way to get a follow-up live review from one done last month? John, if you just want to follow this link that I'm going to drop in the chat for you right now, then you just follow this link, select the live team blueprint, and I can do a follow-up on that blueprint that you got a month ago. No problem. And I'll even take a look at the one that we did previously to make sure that we're giving you different moves and kind of reevaluating what your production value share is. Steely said, Ashton Genty for Tet McMillan and Casey Concepcion. This is a slight down tier. I think this is a fair down tier. It's not like my favoriteest of all time. Can I see the team here? I don't think you need to do this. I think I would hold if I were you, actually. I would hold, Steely. Yes, Diesel, those moves will be on your blueprint, and I'm literally about to send you the link to the dashboard so you can log in, and you'll be able to access your blueprint in like 2 seconds here. Diesel, if you go to the chat of your submission on the Flock site, I just sent you the completed message there with the link to the dashboard. So you can pull it up there. All right, Andrew, we got yours in. All right, next up is going to be, I think this is Anthony, Detroit Mexicans. I'm going to check here in a sec. Verifying. Working on verifying. Negative. Joe Lalan, are you here? Joe Lalan 44. Let us know if you're on the stream and if you meant to buy a live team blueprint. Don't believe he is here. All right, Anthony, let's do this, man. Say hey. What's up? He's here. Thanks, Coach Rob. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. Andrew, got yours, man. Let's do this thing. We are 15 likes away. Once we get to 200 likes, guys, drop a like on the stream. Once we get to 200 likes, we're going to do another blueprint giveaway. Auctioning off any pants tonight? No, not auctioning off any pants. I was in the market for looking for replacement green pants since I have to send away some of my own. So we were taking a look there earlier today. All right, 10-team PPR, half-tight and premium, 0.25 point per carry. Got to keep that in mind. Ideally, start 4 running backs with the carry bonus 100%. Also, bonuses for 40-yard touchdowns. First in scoring last year and offseason moves so far added. Bowers, Rome, Mendoza, Downs. Need help finding trade packages, a tier up or maybe tier down to pick up a first. Thanks for your help. Yeah, no problem, man. Let's take a look here. All right. Hole in upper value production share. Right now in this 10 team, 11.1% production share, which is second in your league. 10.6% value share, which is third. Bo Nix, Mendoza, Darnold is going to be a solid 5. JT, Henderson, Bucky is an 8. Swift on your bench too. London, Garrett, Rome, Josh Downs. I'll give you a 6 there. And then Brock Bowers is a 10. 227 seconds, a 28 first. Draft capital grade is going to be a 2. Bench is going to be a 3. Overall grade, standard value, well-rounded here. I like this squad a lot. Point per carry. Definitely want to be flexing as many running backs as you possibly can. You do have to start 3 wide receivers, so I think the structure of your current wide receiver room is pretty solid. Given what you're required to start, you need an insurance guy, a couple of backups behind your top 3 options, and don't force start anybody else that you don't need to at the wide receiver position when you have that point per carry advantage. So I think what we're going to do here is kind of just try to raise your production upside even more. Let's explore some potential pivots from Garrett. There are a couple wide receivers in that value range that I like a little bit more, and I would even pay a little bit of a premium to get up to Pickens if that's what it took. Or you can just like pivot directly to Olave, which is also an option. Or you could go to James Cook. If you ended up going and getting James Cook in a point per carry, that would give you the flexibility to move someone like Bucky for a wide receiver if you wanted to do that. But I am going to have you explore some Bucky pivots in general to maybe a different running back. I do like the carry outlook for Scadaboo and for Price as well. Saquon's just going to get a buttload of carries. So he's another guy that I'd be cool with you pivoting to as well. Darnold is your QB3 technically, but he really is your QB2 this year because Mendoza is going to be sitting. I don't super duper trust Darnold this year from a fantasy perspective. So I would, if I were you, see if you can just do like a cheap pivot to someone like Goff or Baker, or honestly, I trust the production outlook of Kyler this year more than I do Darnold. Come on, Cubbies. Cubbies need to keep winning here, man. Cubbies just won their doubleheader yesterday. They won both games. But as far as your elite guys go, like London, JT, even Henderson, like at price, I'm okay with you holding on to. Brock Bowers, you want to stick with. Rome's a nice upside play. Downs and Sutton are decent guys to plug into your flex. Swift will probably be in your flex spot consistently this year in a point per carry format. Like, you're in a pretty solid state here. I like that you have Monungai to pair with Swift as an insurance play too. I don't really want to alter the structure of this roster too much. I just want to pivot to guys that I think have higher production upside in the immediate. Anthony, what questions do you have about that? Why root for the Cubs when you could root for the Dodgers? Because that is the most lame thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's why. Nathan, how did the happy birthday thing start? Honestly, it's kind of... how did the happy birthday thing start? I don't know. You asked the people who started it. It wasn't me, that's for sure. It's been like dang near a year and a half since it started. And it honestly just started on a stream, I guess, and people just took it on. You know how Avery is. Like, Avery just decides things are funny for no reason. So someone was like, oh, is it Nathan's birthday? And he was just like, oh, I think it'd be really funny if I just said, like, yeah, it is. Like, you know, internally. So I'm sure he was like, yeah, it is. It's Nathan's birthday today. It is. And I was like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Don't be humble. Okay. So yeah, no, that's how it's gone pretty much every stream since. So I don't know. It's out of my hands, out of my control at this point. How many likes are we at? Oh my gosh, guys. We're literally crawling to 200 likes. Crawling. 191 likes right now. 9 likes away from giving away another free blueprint. I like it. What on top of Bucky do you think for Cook? Oh, for Cook? Oof. I don't know if I want you to do that because it would be pretty significant. I would pivot from Bucky to Scadaboo or Price or Saquon. I wouldn't. I mean, the plus that you would have to give would have to be like Rome. And I don't want to do that. Good impression. Thanks. Yeah. That was not a great impression of Avery, actually, but I wasn't really trying to impress him. I was just trying to, I wasn't trying to impression him, imitate him. I was just trying to make him sound dumb. I'm just speaking for him today. Got it. Saquon's out. Scadaboo might be a play. Okay, cool. Scadaboo would be a really great play. Calling out NSYNC. Let us know if you are on the stream tonight, buddy. Anthony, appreciate you a ton, man. Welcome to the community. Send me a DM on Discord. Say hey. Let's connect. Appreciate you joining, man. All I know is at the Flock meetup, I am telling Nathan happy birthday. I won't be wearing a Puka jersey. It'll either be Jefferson or Jency. I'll probably be wearing a Puka jersey. Last year at the Flock meetup, I heard people starting to sing happy birthday, and I was like, oh, it's somebody's birthday. So I started singing with them, and they had a cake, and they were walking towards me, and I was like, why are they walking towards me? And then I realized all of a sudden that everybody at the meetup was playing along with the happy birthday Nathan thing in the middle of August. So I stopped singing happy birthday because then I felt like a weirdo singing to myself because it wasn't my birthday and I didn't know about this. So it was good cake, apparently. Jewel, if you super chat, here, I'll give you the super chat link, Jewel. Here, Jewel, send this or follow this direct link to a super chat. If you super chat $30, I'll bring it back over, and I'll get you in the line and we can do it for you tonight. Is NSYNC here? Is that Itchy's 808? Itchy's 808, are you NSYNC? I'm assuming that's you. So you're jumping the line, my man. Let's do this. Okay, sweet. Chum Spokesman said, am I perpetually in the shadow realm or did I mess up buying? Chum, are you not John Chum? You're right there. We got you. We got you, man. Actually, sorry, right there. I'm pointing that way. We got you, dude. Whatchamacallit, infinite blueprints, a la carte infinites, or sorry, a la carte premiums jump the line. So we're doing NSYNCs first, and then you'll be right next up. I'm assuming you're John Chum, right? Okay. All right, NSYNC, let's do this thing. Want to raise my production share and value share, although not sure where to start. I just recently made a trade for Swift and Baker. I was also just offered JSN and price for Gibbs and Marv. Offered JSN and price for Gibbs and Marv. That's dead even. I think you submitted a trade question about that earlier, and I said I was good taking JSN and price. Unsure if I should pivot from Gibbs because that takes Achan out from my flex spot. Okay, let's take a look here and see if it makes sense for the context of your league. I'm good looking into the details of it a little bit more. We actually did, we did this team a week ago. So let's take a look and see how much it's changed. Last time you had an 8.1% production share and a 9.7% value share. This time around, you have a 8.1% production share, which has not changed. It's 8th in your league. Your value share was 9.7% last time. It is still 9.7% this time. So it looks like you haven't made any changes to your team, actually. So 8.1% production share, which is 8th. 9.7% value share, which is 2nd. Taking a look at your roster again. Again, nothing about your roster has changed. Baker and Goff and Simpson's going to be a solid 4. Gibbs, Genty, Achan is a 10. Wilson, Olave, Marv, Cooper is a 6. And Harold Fannin is going to be a... with Claire, it's a 6 or a 7 there. Your picks, draft capital grade is a 2. Bench score is a 1. Overall grade is going to be a 5.8, 59th percentile. This is a standard value. Last time we gave you a well-rounded, this is a standard value of running back factory, which is like 1.3% of builds that we usually see. So again, like if almost 60% of your value is allocated to the running back position. You said you traded for Baker and Swift after the blueprint. Did I click on the wrong one? One 619. Yep, you're right. I clicked on the wrong one. I'm an idiot. Okay, yes, it did go up. Last time you had 6.5% production share and you got it up to 8.1% this time around. So you went from 8th in production share to 10th in you went from 10th in production share to 8th, and you got your value share up 0.1% from 9.6% to 9.7%. It did move the needle. I'm just an idiot, so my bad. I'm really stupid tonight. We did just break 200 likes, so we'll do another giveaway, guys. We'll do the giveaway after we get through NSYNC's blueprint here. Yeah, so standard value running back heavy here. So you traded. The moves that you made here, actually what I can do here is I can just pull up your trade activity. Baker and Swift, and you gave up your 27 first. Okay, cool. So you really are knee-deep in contending here now that you gave up your 27 first, as opposed to last time where you had a draft capital grade of 3. You had your 27 first. This time around, you do not. You're not going to have the 27 first. So you are going to have draft capital grade of 2. But yeah, the running back value proportion is pretty crazy here. Look at your 3-factor analysis: 10 insulation, 10 production, 9 situational. Tight end score is actually pretty solid as well. 8 insulation, 6 production, 2 situational. Average wide receiver 3 factors, a little bit low, and a little bit low at quarterback too, but nothing that's bad or anything like that. Just real solid. You're fine. 13% cornerstones, 13% upside premier, 13% upside shot. You got a couple of foundational guys, productive vets, and a short-term production asset as well. I think basically what we're going to do here is maybe take one of these upside premier guys or 2 and move them for proven productive assets to really guarantee your contention status, which is looking pretty good. So the move that you were looking at here was the JSN and Price for Jahmyr Gibbs and Marv. Structurally, this evens out your team. This would then take your team from a running back heavy currently to a well-rounded team again. You go from an elite running back to an elite wide receiver. You have a high-value upside running back with a lot of questions to a high-value upside wide receiver with a lot of questions. I honestly just think it's a super lateral move. Like, I don't necessarily prefer one over the other. I know Avery always prefers the running back. I think holding on to Gibbs, that's definitely the higher floor hold. Like, Gibbs, Gentry, and Achane is definitely broken. I'm fine with you holding those guys, honestly. So last time, your moves, we had you pivot from Simpson, pivot from Omar Cooper, and pivot from Fannin. I'll give you some more target ideas for Fannin this time around. Did you explore offers for Fannin? Was it tough to move him? Just a little curious there. I will have you explore offers for Garrett Wilson as well. Let's package a second with Marv and see if we can't get you to a low-end foundational asset. Sounds good. Yeah, there's mixed thoughts on the Discord. Okay. Yeah, if it's even, it's fair. I just like the more I think about it, the more I'm like, I don't like, it's a fair deal. I'm fine with it. I don't have an issue with it. I just don't know why you like need to do it necessarily. Does it make your team any better than it already is? Not really. Fannin didn't go for anything. Okay. No one wants Browns players, I guess. Gotcha. All right, then you may just have to hold on to him, which is fine. I'm going to give you a couple running back targets for Garrett Wilson if you can get like James Cook or Jonathan Taylor. If you end up making that move, what you could do is you could end up moving one of Gentry or Achane and go get an elite wide receiver instead. You're just kind of doing a little switcheroo there. Because you're definitely objectively raising your production upside by moving like a Garrett Wilson to see if you can get a Cook. And then like Gentry versus Jefferson or Amon-Ra, or paying up a little bit to get like Buka, I think is something that's worth looking into. That raises your production floor too. Because the production floor of Gentry this year is still like relatively low if the situation isn't great. Or if it's not as good as we think it could be. Marv in the second, I would basically try to get you up to Lad. I really want you to get Lad. You can look at Judkins there. You can look at Walker too. So we got 1, 2, 3 moves there. Let's take Coleman and Pacheco. Let's take let's do this. We had you shop Simpson individually last time. Let's take Jonah Coleman and Simpson together and see if we can't get like Henry or Jacobs. If people don't like Brown players in your league, or Brown, if people don't like Browns players in your league, man, I'm never ever. I'm really glad Avery wasn't here for that. If people are really low on the Browns in your league, can you get Casey Concepcion for really cheap? Question mark. Don't think Henry is a go because the owner is a Ravens fan. Okay, try for Jacobs and try for Casey Concepcion as well. With Baker, do you want to take a look at Shuck or Love? Or even pay up a little bit to get... How much would it cost to pay up to get to Dak? That's what I want to know. If it takes 27 seconds to get up to Dak, I think it's worth it. I think Dak's a bit safer. Wrap it up. You had a good career. Yeah. Yeah, I know. That was a rough trip. Good luck in fantasy football then. If you want to just pivot off of a second straight up, guys that I would move a 27 second for, Terry, Adams, Addison. So that's a lot of moves there. Trying to kind of expand on the moves and ideas that we gave you last time a week ago. I could do Love, but Shuck is with the Saints fan. Okay, yeah. Maybe you could do Ward plus. How close are Ward and Baker in value in your league? I can also try Dak. Okay, try Dak. I put Dak on there. What questions do you have on those moves, man? Any preguntas? Yeah, I know. They're all freaking out in the chat, aren't they? Yeah, I know. That was a rough one. That was an all-timer. Everyone out of the pool. Show's canceled. There's a drive deep to left field by Castellanos. I consider myself a man of faith. Oh my gosh. Yeah, did Castellanos just hit a home run? I don't think I'm high profile enough. What's the most you would send for the JT trade? Garrett Wilson for JT straight up. That's what it should cost. They are literally neck and neck right by each other value-wise. All right. Itchies, appreciate you a ton. My only issue is that team doesn't have any extra running backs, but I can give it a go. Okay, cool. Yeah, see what happens. See if there's any interest there still, and if there's not, then we can look at the other options too, the other targets. It's the best part about the new blueprints, man, is like every single trade, instead of it just being look for this player, and this player, it's every trade concept has multiple ideas, because assuming one or both of them don't work, then you can look at other ideas and other concepts that are on there. If you guys want a team blueprint tonight, we can do it on the stream for you. If you join the annual Mother Flocker tier, no need to upgrade to a live team blueprint. We'll do it live for you for free. If you join on the stream tonight, follow that link that is pinned in the comments. If you want to buy one a la carte as well, infinite or blueprint premiums jump the line, or you can just get a live team blueprint for tonight. There's still room. There's only 2 in the queue right now. 9:45. We still have like an hour and a half left. If you guys want me to stick around. If not, and you're tired of hearing me talk, that's fine too. But line is open. All right, Chum, you are up next. I'm assuming Chum is Chum in here. Yep, of course. Okay. Gotcha. Say hey, man. You're up. You just got jumped a couple times. Looking for some guidance, got aggressive during the live draft. Are we competing or are we selling assets? Only Chums is your team name here. Do infinites come out on the 1st? They come out the first week of July, so I don't know if it'll be the 1st exactly. We'll probably start working on them next week, though. I think we are leaving for a wedding on July 2nd. We're gone for the weekend. Bush's wedding, actually, in Canada. So we should be getting out. I don't want to make promises, but we should be getting Infinite out before then. It should be earlier in the week than later in the week, because later in the week we're going to be out of commish. Giveaway. Thank you, Steely. Yes. All right. All right, we are going to change the keyword here. It is going to be Browns 69. That is Cleveland Browns 69. Actually, no, Team USA is playing right now. No, we're going to do Browns 69. Here we go. Drop Browns 69 in the chat. That is Cleveland Browns 69. For a free team blueprint. And again, guys, if you buy a team blueprint tonight, you get on the wheel. Scott, show them the wheel. Odds are pretty dang high right now. You have a... There are 7 people on the wheel right now. You have a pretty good chance of getting your night refunded. All right, John, let's do this, man. 12 teams, Superflex, full PPR, half tight end premium, 8.8% production share, which is 6th in your league, and 8% value share, which is 8th in your league. So this was a live draft. Very even league. You said you got aggressive. Okay, so let's grade it out. Jackson Dart, Baker Mayfield, and Matt Stafford. I'll give you a 6. Jeremiah Love, Bashul Tootin is a 4. Amon-Ra St. Brown, Burden, QJ, Boston, DK is a 6. And Colson Loveland's going to be an 8. No future firsts in 27 or 2028. So draft capital grade is going to be a 1. Bench grade is going to be a 1. You're kind of locked yourself into contending here. Standard value, well-rounded. Definitely top heavy here. We're going to have to make some down tiers. I think we're definitely going to have to down tier from Jackson Dart to help fill out wide receiver and running back. Jeremiah Love will try to hold. Burden will probably hold. Loveland, I mean, you can't afford to hold Loveland. You've got to fade tight end, ride it out with Kelsey, and you got to move Loveland for a skill position guy at wide receiver or running back. Tight ends just, we can't it's not our priority right now for a team like this that has to be a contending team for sure. You've got to make sure running back and wide receiver are locked down before tight end is, because it's not priority. So that's your second move. And then I'm actually going to have you look at when you down tier from Dart, we're going to pretty much fade quarterback. We're going to ride with the quarterback that you down tier to from Dart and Matthew Stafford as your QB2. We're going to move Baker Mayfield for a skill position guy as well. So let's start with Baker and Loveland, the value range that we're looking at there. We're going to be looking at like Cam Scattaboo. BTJ has been very cheap in domain leagues. I would be looking at getting him for like Baker Mayfield-esque prices. Javonte Williams is another guy I would shoot for. Colson Loveland I just saw him go in the early 30s, going early mid-third. Pickens and James Cook and Carnell Tate are all there. I really want to go for Pickens or James Cook, honestly. Those are the two ones that I would definitely favor. And then Jackson Dart, down tier options. If you did a small down tier to say like the Bo Nix team, that team has Devontae Adams, George Kittle, Daniel Jones, Casey Concepcion. If you got like Kittle or Adams, I'd try to get both. KC's another guy that's worth looking into there. Brock Purdy plus. That team has Marv. You'd have to give something back. Worth looking into. Let's say you went all the way down to Dak. Let's say you did a big down tier. Actually, let's say you went all the way down to Goff. No, let's do Dak. Dak team has Chase Brown, James Cook, London Lamb. Probably looking at Chase Brown there. Those down tiers, and then that pivot from Baker, that's really going to help your starting lineup a ton. And then Loveland, moving from tight end to skill positions. Running back and wide receiver with these three moves will be almost entirely taken care of, which really makes me feel a lot better about your team as a contending roster since you gave up all of your future draft capital or your future firsts. We've got, like 6 or 7 minutes left for the Blueprint giveaway. Drop Browns 69 in the chat. That's Cleveland Browns. Stands for Cleveland Browns 69 in the chat if you want to get that free Blueprint. Nate, if you get a Blueprint in, we'll do it tonight for you. All right. What questions do you have on those moves, my man? I know you've been in the chat here. I haven't seen you since we started. Feel free to drop your questions in the chat here if you have any follow-ups on the moves that we've got here. John, we appreciate you, man. Is it case sensitive for the Browns? What do you mean? No, it's just Brown 69 like everybody else. You should be good. All right, Andrew, you're up next. Say hey, man. So call me maybe. Is our team name here. He said, it's impossible to trade for running backs in this league. I've reached out to every manager to inquire about it and nobody wants to listen. Everybody thinks they're going to compete this year, so I acquired 2 more 27 first to push my chips in this year or next year when people realize they need to rebuild. Okay. Cool. So sounds like I'm gathering that this is going to be a future value type team. What's up, Andrew? He is still here. All right, let's take a look at your production and value share here. 10 team Superflex full PPR, no tight end premium, 8.2% production share, which is 9th in your league. 13.4% value share, which is 2nd. You said a lot of people are looking to contend in this league, so that means your 27 first you might have to hold on to. In a situation like this where your value share and production share are so far apart, we might be like, oh, you could contend. You might want to move some of those first and contend right now. But if you already have most teams in your league locked into competing, you might just have to sit tight until 2027, and this will be a future value looking to be enhanced. Drake May and Tyler Shuck's going to be a 6. Genty alone is a 4. London, Ladd, Olave, Burden is a solid 7. Fannin is a 6 with Gadsden. You have 1,027 first as a 10. Bench score is going to be a 2. This is a future value wide receiver factory. Overall grade is going to be a 6. I mean, this is again, you kind of let us into the context of the league. Everybody thinks they're going to compete this year. Again, nine times out of 10, we would be telling teams like this to spend their value and go contend right now because you absolutely have the value to do it. But since people are locked into contending, I'll have you make moves that are centered around building for the future and for 2027, because you're going to be dominant next year, absolutely dominant. So in a non-tight end premium, just don't really care for the tight ends. I would move at least one of them. I'll probably have you move the pricier guy. I'll have you move Fannin for another position. London, Ladd, Olave, Burden. We can have you move off of Olave and go get a younger guy if you want to, or just pivot off to somebody whose maybe production upside is a little lower this year, but has the same amount of insulation. I like Olave a lot, but if you can get like... if you just want to go ahead and pivot to a guy like Garrett Wilson instead, or go get Tyson, I'm totally cool with you making that move. And Buka's another guy that you can shoot for as well, who has higher value upside. I'm guaranteed to probably get picks 1 to 6. Sweet. That's a great situation to be in. I mean, a lot of these high-end guys that you have so much value right now, you don't need to down tier from May or Gency or London. You can hold Ladd and you can hold Burden. I'll have you take Parker Washington and Coker and up tier there. I'm talking to the neighbors manager to swap with London. Yes. That's a great move for this team. I would 100% be good with you doing that. All right, we'll do it after this, Scott. So Parker and Coker, if you want to move up and play the market with like a cheap quarterback like a Kyler in a 10 team, you should be able to get decently close to Kyler. Or you can just move up to someone like Addison or Pierce. If you could get Jacobs for really cheap, how cheap is Jacobs in this league? Is he like diabolically cheap? You could play the market with him short term and just flip him closer to the season. With Fannin, looking at his price range, I'll be a little bit conservative with what you're going to be able to get for him. But I would probably be looking at like any non-tight end, basically. Jameson Williams, Zay Flowers, Concepcion is there as well. His counterpart, just the wide receiver. How did I do in my recent trades? Yeah, let's take a look here. If you want to pull those up, Scott. They still don't work on here. I need to make a note on that. If you can get 27 picks from teams that think they're contending but are actually lying to themselves, you could get some big value wins doing that, just based on the current value that you already have on this team. Let me pull up your trades on my end. You got a 27 first for Addison and Pearsall in a second. Wow. You move Marv Tootin in a third for London. And you move Pearson, your 226 first for Olave and Genty. Dude, this is insane. You've been working them in every single trade. Likely for a first. Oh my gosh. You are kidding me. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, you're killing this, man. See, for every time that we complain about like 27 first being overvalued, there's always some like there's always some league that's like this, where people treat 27s like they're a bag of chips, which is crazy. Joel, we got you, man. We appreciate you. You have the bottom 5 teams first and mine as well. Yeah, that is incredible. That's a heck of a feat right there. Very impressed. Yeah, I mean, outside of those moves that I gave you, and the advice of just like, you know, sticking with it, since people think they're actually contending in this league and aren't going to sell you your contending assets, just hold on to those picks, reap the benefits of getting them at the price that you're getting them, and being dominant, enhanced value team next year. I'm impressed for sure. Hey, Matt Sylvie in the chat. If you want to get a team blueprint on tonight's stream, if you're wanting to get a blueprint plus infinite, just select that option when you're submitting your team tonight. Follow that link that I just dropped in the chat, and you should be able to get a blueprint premium plus infinite, and you'll jump the line if you buy it a la carte. All right, Andrew. Appreciate you a ton, man. Jewel, you're up next, my man. Yeah. Yeah, you can put them on the wheel. All right, Steely. Ash and Genty, a second for Tech, Concepcion on a first. I'm good with you doing that. That's fine. I'm okay with that move. Yep, you're good to market. All right, Jewel, let's break this down, man. Yes, let's do the giveaway real quick. For Brown 69, a free team blueprint. And the winner is 214 Weedem Boys. 214 Weedem Boys. You just won the giveaway, man. If you send Tommy Peanuts a DM on Discord, we will get you all taken care of, and get that voucher assigned to your account. Just have to have a free account at least with CoDomain, and we will get that free team review for you. Let's go. Dude, that's hilarious. You literally said, "Let's see who wins the giveaway." You literally commented right above when it announced that you won the giveaway. First one. That's awesome. Dude, the US literally already scored. That is so awesome. Oh, man. All right, Jewel. Here we go. Just finished the startup. People in this draft heavy on veterans early, and I kept taking the value. Followers have no production, but hopefully a lot of value. Neighbors fell to me in the 3rd. I had Mendoza in the 7th and traded him for an 8th and a 27 first, which turned into Shuck. Okay, so Shuck and a 27 first. Nice. That was a good trade. Let's do this. Pulling up your production and value share here, and we will be good to go. So 7.1% production share in a 12-team Superflex PPR, which is 10th in your league, versus 10.8% value share, first in your league. Look at that flip-flop there. Cam Ward, Tyler Shuck is going to be a 3. Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price, Jonah Coleman's going to be a 6. JSN, Neighbors, Tate, Olave, Adams is a 9. And Kenyon Sadiq and Stowers is a 7. 227 first to 28 first as well. Draft capital grade is going to be a 6, and bench score is going to be a 2. I mean, overall grade is a 6.2, 74th percentile of teams that we review in 12-team formats. This is a standard value wide receiver factory team. 9.9% of teams have this build. You're contending this year, man. You're young, but you've got a lot of value to mess with here. A lot of value to mess with. Heck yeah, the US is cooking, man. Avery's truck nuts should be sent to the auction. Oh my gosh. Yes, actually. So we will auction off Avery's truck nuts. Scott, do you want to run a tracker in the chat? Nope, just take a mental note in the chat. We will auction off Avery's truck nuts. We'll get a pair of truck nuts signed by Avery sent to you if you win the auction. So what you can do is just drop in the YouTube chat how much you would be willing to pay to get the auction truck nuts from Avery signed. And whoever wins, I'll send you the super chat link. You can send the super chat, and we will get those truck nuts for you. Yeah, we'll show you guys a picture of what those truck nuts will be signed by Avery. So again, guys, we're just going to do this the old school way. Scott and I are just going to we're just going to monitor the chat here and see whoever has the highest bid in the YouTube chat. The highest bid will get Avery's truck nuts. So they'll be those right there, the truck balls nuts, the decorative bumper ornaments, the ones that are white. Yeah, those. So those will be signed by Avery. Avery's truck nuts. Can you auction a pair of his pants? That way I can have a pair of each for me. You really want, but you want a pair of pants. Maybe we can do 2 auctions depending on how interested you guys are. We're doing the truck nuts first. A $69 bid for Avery's truck nuts is that is very fitting, I will say. That's a good starting bid. $69 is the highest bid so far. Oh, Mike's going $69.99. So it is going up. Uno, we are doing an auction for Avery's truck nuts signed by Avery. If you win the auction, you get the truck nuts signed by Avery sent to you. Avery's a big truck nuts guy. I don't know if you've seen a picture of his truck, but it's very truck nuttish. See? YB Wormy said I'd bid when I wanted the black ones. Well, Wormy, if you end up winning the bid, if you want the black ones, we can make that happen. Should have started at 67. So right now the winning bid is $69.99 for Mike H. That's the leading bid. So we'll start a timer. The timer will be while I'm doing this team review, plus like an extra. Yeah, well, it'll be 10 minutes. Just start a timer for 10 minutes, Scott. 10 minutes starting right now. Highest bid in the chat for Avery's signed truck nuts sent to you. Would that fit on my Miata? Mike said you'd be dragging nuts. Oh my gosh. All right, Jewel, sorry for the distraction. That was an essential distraction though, I'm just saying. Turkey scored. Are you kidding me? Shot. Can't believe Turkey scored. So yeah, this is again one of those teams where it's like that value share gap versus production share is just so significant that we've got to bridge that gap and move some of these unproven assets for proven guys that are going to produce at a high level. Sadiq and Stowers, really like both of them. I might have you. I don't know if I want you to move Sadiq. I'll probably have you shop Stowers, honestly. LKW Sports is another contender. He's a little shallow though, honestly. He's kind of got some youth. I might hold on to that first. I might have you shop your own 27 first though. I'm kind of game planning here with some of the moves that I want you to make. We're going to have you pivot off of Neighbors. We're going to have you pivot off of Tate. Yeah, I'm going to have you pivot off of Tate. Love that you have Adams on this squad. Yeah, I'm going to have you shop Stowers. Stowers is in a decent range of like productive vets that would be really nice to add to this squad, including but not limited to Matthew Stafford, which would be great to pair with Cam Ward and Shutt because he's proven and those two guys are not. Daniel Jones is another guy you could go for there at the quarterback position, or you can just go for like Henry, Swift, Jacobs. For Tate, if you can get like James Cook or Pickens, those are the two guys I specifically would want, or you can pay up a little bit to get to like Tet or Achan or Hampton. With Neighbors, I really would want to be looking at like Jefferson or Amon-Ra specifically, or again, you can like pay up slightly to get Puka Nacua, not too much though. I'm going to give you ideas if you were to move your 27 first, because I do think that's a viable potential option for you. And that's when I would be looking at guys like Rashee Rice, Judkins, Brees. There are a couple like relevant Jags down here that I think are worth probably packaging. You have Coleman and Dobbins, which is honestly a nice pairing. I like Chris Rodriguez as well, but it's just getting crowded with like Jacoby Myers down there, Stephon Diggs down there. Let's package like Myers and Dobbins and try to get a more consistent, reliable flex option who's going to be serviceable. Like, let's get you Terry McLaurin. Let's get you David Montgomery. I already mentioned Swift earlier. I really like Swift as a target. And then with your last move on this squad, you honestly, what you could do, you could just straight up, you have a lot of you got a wide receiver factory team. If you move Neighbors and you got like Jefferson or Amon-Ra, you still have that guy, and then you have Tate or value equivalent George Pickens and Olave and Adams. Like, you can go get another elite running back if you just move off of JSN straight up for Bijan or Gibbs. I would only want Bijan or Gibbs, so I'm going to put those two guys only on here because I don't think it's like, it doesn't really matter for you to move, like to pivot from JSN to Puka or Jamar Chase. They're all in the same tier. It's just structurally that would kind of spread out the love between running back and wide receiver a little bit more. Jewel, what do you think about those moves? Do you have any questions on those moves? I know you've been in and out of the chat here, but I haven't seen you ask any questions here. How much more time do we have left on the 4 minutes left for the truck nuts bid? Okay. So was really thinking I was a rebuild. Glad to know I'm contending. Think Neighbors is worth moving for the right price. For those specific guys that I gave you, you should be getting Jefferson or Amon-Ra straight up at the absolute minimum, if not something plus, or you try to get a guy like Puka and you give like a second or like a depth piece on top to go get him. You don't want to undersell Malik Neighbors. I don't want you to take Malik Neighbors and sell him for like Ted McMillan. It's only worth moving Neighbors if you're getting what he should be valued at. And if he's not being valued at that price point, then you just need to hold him. And honestly, I still think you would be in contention if you held on to Neighbors. I just think it's a lot riskier then. And you might have to, you might end up reloading and building for next year if you're sticking with Neighbors, which isn't the worst thing of all time because you have a ton of value and a ton of flexibility. So that's what the fit would look like. So if you have a car or a truck or whatever where that would fit, that is what the truck nuts would look like, and obviously every signature would be on that as well. That's how you'll handle them when you're installing them as well. Yeah, Jewel, no problem, man. If you have questions, this is a unique one where it's like, hey, you have a lot of youth. A lot of that youth means a lot of really low floor potential output in 2026 with a lot of high upside opportunity. Let's raise that floor, maintain that value and installation that you currently have. And it requires a lot of movement and a lot of moves and a lot of trades to potentially make before the season starts. So if you have questions and you have follow-ups on those, please just send me a DM and I'm happy to help you out. Because it could also just happen and results in like, hey, you're not able to make a ton of moves before the season starts. You might just have to stick with the squad you have, and you might be a little more like variable on what your potential finish will be in 2026, but that doesn't mean your outlook is going to change because you have a ton of value. Does he have to sign each nut? That's a great question. I was thinking maybe Avery and Huffman on 1 nut, 2 nut. Again, currently the winning bid is $69.99. We've got like 2 minutes left. Do we have anybody in the chat? Just drop your bid in the chat if you're going to beat $69.99. This US game is very crazy, I will say. Can we get a pic of Avery handling them like that with the signature to verify? Yes, I can make that happen. I can make that happen. Auto pen will not qualify. No, sir, it will not. How much time do you have left, Scott? Oh, 22 seconds, obviously, because, you know, I'm stupid and I can't just look at the screen. All right, guys, literally 15 seconds. Last chance. Otherwise, it's going to be Matt's. Or it's going to be, sorry, it's going to be Mike's, not Matt's. Mike, you currently have the winning bid. 3, 2, 1. All right. Mike wins at $69.99. Mike. Here's the link to the super chat for Avery's signed truck nuts. Ka-chow. Nathan, what pants of yours am I getting signed and sent to me? I have multiple pairs of green pants. I'm still deciding which ones I want to part from. So, to be determined on that. I've got a lot of different shades. Dak or Dart in best ball, everybody? Dart. For 100% Dart. Going right into his trophy room. Let's go. Good luck explaining that to a girl one day. Critter 007. Nico Collins, late first, and a 28 first as well for Omari and Hampton. That's Nico and 2 future firsts for Omari and Hampton. And a 10x9 that's closer. That is a hefty price to pay. Nico has fallen into the 4th round, though, a 27 late first and a 28 mid first. Let's see if we can't get a little something on top. Can you press the plus button there and see if we can get a little more on top? Just a sweetener. Just a sweetener. Something sweet. Get DJ Moore and Michael Wilson thrown in there. Any tight ends? Yeah, yeah. Scroll over to the tight ends. I'm curious. No, nobody worth it. Or you could also try to get a 2nd instead of a 3rd. But overall, I think that's a pretty fair deal in a 10x9. My wife hasn't stopped laughing behind me. We good. That is amazing. Oh my gosh. Yep, Mike. Once your super chat gets in, just let me know when you drop it. I just want to track your username so I don't lose it. And then I'll make sure you're taken care of. I'll make sure your truck nuts are taken care of too. All right, guys. It's been real. Yes, that is the last thing we need to do. I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you. Let's spin the wheel here. Pretty good odds tonight. 7 people on here. No, 8 people on here because I can't count. All right, spin the wheel. Here we go. Let's see who gets their night covered. The suspense is killing me. Still killing me. This wheel hasn't slowed down, so it's still kind of killing me. Mike said, just sent, please take care of my nuts. I got you, man. I will take care of your nuts. Truck nuts. We got you, brother. It is. Oh my gosh, is Jewel gonna get sniped? Is it gonna be Dalton? Oh, Dalton won the free one. Dalton got it. Oh, Jewel, you got sniped, man. Oh, man. All right, Dalton. You got your you got your premium covered for the night. Send a message to Tommy Peanuts, and we will make sure that gets refunded for you. Mike, you're the man. I am getting this all set. Yep, you can go ahead and mark it because I've made a note of it. And we are good to go. So, guys, hope you have a great night. Hope you have a great weekend. Avery and I will both be back next Tuesday. And then that Thursday, the day before the 4th of July, we are going to be in Canada for a wedding, for Bush's wedding. So we are not going to stream that night. So we'll just be on one night next week on Tuesday. But can't wait to get back at it with you guys. Rest up this weekend. And Mike, we will get you those truck nuts as soon as we can. So have a good one, everybody. Twos.